Hey guys, tonight we slip beneath a purple Egyptian dusk and take up your brand new post as the lone tomb guard of the Valley of the Kings. Warm sand still clings to your sandals. The last tourists have finally drifted back to their air-conditioned hotels, and the desert is starting its slow exhale. You tug your linen cloak tighter because, spoiler alert, this valley turns into a meat freezer once the sun drops, and you probably won't survive a single shift without it. Really, you might not live through the night. Ancient job orientation videos never mention that. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time your local clock just whispered. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step away from the last fading torch carried by a departing priest and feel darkness settle over the limestone cliffs like a gigantic velvet curtain. Somewhere above, bats chirp in the void, mapping every surface with invisible geometry. The sealed doorway you've been assigned to guard glows faintly in moonlight, polished plaster catching starlight the way a phone screen catches every fingerprint. You run your fingers across the smooth plaster, half expecting an ancient passcode prompt to blink up, but nothing answers except the cold breath of stone. Your first duty is simple. Sit, watch, and listen. Easy, until every shifting grain of sand turns into a potential robber in your imagination. A jackal yips on the western ridge, and you jump hard enough to clang your bronze spear against the threshold. Good start, rookie. Behind you, Thebes, or Luxor, as the hip kids will call it, 3,000 years from now, twinkles with oil lamps. The city's distant din feels like a party invitation you can never accept. Tonight, the valley is your silent nightclub, and the dress code is terrified vigilance. To calm your nerves, you inventory the tools at hand. One spear that rattles, one oil lamp that smokes, a half-empty water skin, and that experimental crocodile dung sunscreen someone swore would keep scorpions away. Keep that note handy. We'll revisit your fragrant skincare choices in a later watch. For now, the only perfume in the air is freshly mixed mortar. Earlier today, masons sealed this tomb permanently. Pressing a last brick into wet gypsum well, you waited off to the side, pretending you weren't awestruck. It's a small historical moment. One pharaoh's safe deposit box locked for eternity. Yet you alone get the night shift bragging rights. A common tourist factoid claims the tombs were sealed with simple rubble. Not quite. The craftsman actually fitted limestone plugs so precisely that even a modern hotel concierge would envy the workmanship. Less known is the final flourish, a glaze of desert gypsum burned so hot it fused into glassy flakes. That little secret kept many ancient looters baffled until they resorted to dynamite centuries later. Poor form, really. Remember, this valley is the original Do Not Disturb sign, and you are now its politely menacing bellhop. Historians still debate whether the earliest guards were paid in silver dibines, surplus bread, or leftover funeral cakes studded with dates. Whatever the truth, you're getting exactly 3 wheat loaves at dawn. if the quartermaster hasn't lost his abacus again. Until then, you nibble dried figs and practice your authoritative yet chill voice in case anyone shows up asking for an after-hours tour. Pro tip, opening with "You'll never get the security deposit back" usually breaks the ice. A soft gust snakes through the ravine, carrying the smell of cooling sandstone. You imagine the valley's natural acoustics as a giant ear, amplifying every footstep, every cough, every traitorous stomach growl. Somewhere to the east, a scarab clicks along a sarcophagus lid, deep underground, tiny but loud enough to raise goosebumps. You tighten your cloak again and wish the Department of Antiquities offered hoodies. Instead, you get a linen badge and the privilege of guarding the world's most exclusive underground club. Moonlight climbs the barrel-vaulted cliffs, painting them silver. You notice a narrow shadow at the base, just limestone settling. You tell yourself, but the desert is a master ventriloquist, throwing sounds until you swear the rock itself whispers. Maybe that's why veteran guards mumble back half-asleep conversations with granite companions. One legend says the cliff faces are etched with invisible prayers, activated only when you breathe on them. You try exhaling. Nothing happens, but now you're short of breath and mildly embarrassed. A sudden idea hits. Start counting meteors to keep awake. Instead, your eyes drift shut, and you jolt as your spear wobbles. Third joke of the night. It's amazing how fast existential dread can replace caffeine. You pace along the freshly sealed doorway, tapping for hollow spots. Solid. You glance skyward. Orion lounges over the horizon, his belt bright enough to land a charter flight. Ancient navigators could sail the Red Sea by those stars. Tonight, they merely remind you that time is big, you are small, and your shift paperwork is borderline meaningless in the cosmic schedule. Still, there's comfort in routine. You trace the unk carved near the jam, an insurance policy for spirits who forget their keys. Your thumb fits the groove exactly. Artisans planned for sweaty palms even in eternity. You whisper a promise to the occupant inside. Sleep tight. Your Majesty, I've got this. The sandstone doesn't answer, but the hush feels warmer, as though the tomb itself accepts your pledge. Every half hour, you log the valley's hush in a little wax tablet. Entry 1. Silence broken only by the heartbeat in my ears. Entry 2. Desert scent reminiscent of new clay roof tiles. Entry 3. Still blank because you catch yourself daydreaming about future historians debating whether tonight's guard actually existed. Maybe some puzzled graduate student will read your tablet shavings and wonder if they're mislabeled votive offerings. Feel free to wave across the centuries. You never know who's eavesdropping. Toward midnight, the temperature nosedives, and you rediscover every bone you own. You shuffle in circles, stamping stiff feet, imagining modern conveniences like heated floor tiles, or at least a decent thermos. Instead, you press your back against the door's warmth. The plaster still retains the day's sun, like a clay hot water bottle. Oddly comforting. You could swear the very stone exhales with you, sharing heat in a silent pact. As the first bright star of the Deacon rises, Sopdet, herald of the Nile flood, you salute instinctively. Somewhere beyond these cliffs, the river glides in moonlit silence, and farmers sleep beside empty fields soon to be drowned in life. You, meanwhile, drown in yawns. Another joke. If coffee had been invented, you'd be the first to plant a beans plot right atop this tomb. Security regulations be hanged. Finally, just before the deacon crawls higher, you spot a faint dust plume further down the valley trail. Could be wind or footsteps. Your muscles tense. You grip the spear, pulse hammering, ready to deliver the world's politest no entry tonight. Sorry, but the plume disperses with a sigh. Nothing there except the illusion every newbie guard faces. The valley testing your nerve. You exhale, feel the weight of your own bravado settle. At least, nobody witnessed that mini panic. Limestone keeps secrets better than most bureaucrats. You settle again at the threshold. The chill, manageable now. That adrenaline acts as an internal furnace. Another 2 hours until dawn. Another 2 pages of mental notes to make. You listen. The valley's silence sharpens every heartbeat into a drumbeat, a lullaby older than hieroglyphs. And as the moon glides toward the western horizon, you realize guarding a tomb is less about keeping thieves out and more about holding the night itself in balance, standing witness so eternity can rest. With that thought, you let your shoulders drop. The plaster door cools against your spine, and the sand finally stops shifting in your imagination. Sleep isn't allowed, but calm is, and calm is enough. So breathe with the desert, slow and steady, until sky-blue dawn brushes the cliff tops, and you can hand this watch to the next poor soul. Tonight was only the beginning, and trust me, the valley has far stranger secrets to share before we're through. The valley feels slightly tamer now that you've survived your first full circuit of the cliffs, though tamer is relative when every gust still sounds like a burglar rehearsing his entrance monologue. You squat to poke the cooling sand with your spear butt, expecting only the usual scorpion graffiti. Instead, stuttering moonlight uncovers a neat string of footprints angling across the dune slope. Too small for a donkey, too straight for a jackal, and far too fresh for comfort. You hold your breath. No shifting torch glow, no creak of leather from a lurking ruffian, just the hush of sandstone breathing. But the prints are unmistakable. Narrow heel, broad ball, clever toes, gripping like someone practiced walking on powdery sugar. Whoever made them knew desert stealth the way modern teens know smartphone shortcuts. You feel a tiny zing of vindication, so paranoia was a feature, not a bug. Popular history loves to dramatize Pharaoh Tutankhamun's tomb discovery. In 1922, Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon swapping high fives over cursed canopic jars. Less splashy are the millennia of cat and mouse games that kept tomb robbers in business long before flashbulbs. Tonight, you've stumbled on Exhibit A, proof that somebody else prowls these ravines after dark, and they're nimble enough to skip the courtesy knock. Kneeling closer, you trace a ridge left by a sliding sack. Grain, tools, maybe a rolled papyrus shopping list that reads milk, honey, slightly used pectoral of solid gold. A cynical chuckle bubbles out, the kind of joke only a chronically underpaid guard can appreciate. You whisper, "Nice try," to the sand, even though the prints are already fading under the night breeze. Erasing evidence Faster than any crime scene cleanup crew, you mark their direction, southeast, toward a half-collapsed wadi wall, nicknamed the Crooked Gate. Veteran sentries love trotting out horror stories about that spot, claiming a mummified architect still paces there looking for extra overtime pay. You don't buy ghost payroll rumors, but you do tighten your cloak, partly because the air is pure refrigerator, partly because crocodile dung SPF 500 isn't exactly a thermal layer. Pro tip: next shift, bring a proper shawl. Historians will one day refer to this concoction as aromatic questionable. Lamps doused, you rely on starlight and the valley's natural glow. Orion sways overhead like a cosmic pendulum, counting down seconds until dawn. Each tick of that silent clock pushes you deeper into detective mode. You kneel, finger the sand again. A faint scent of cedar clings where the track began. Cedar oil, ancient Egypt's luxury, packing foam for fragile relics. Whoever prowls here isn't just sampling the buffet, they're hunting high-value merchandise. This triggers a memory from a dusty scroll you skimmed during guard training. The famous tomb robbery trials of year 16 under Pharaoh Ramesses IX. Popular event. Entire gangs were frog-marched in chains before a tribunal, accused of tunneling beneath valley floorboards to swipe amulets the size of dessert plates. The papyri list confession transcripts so juicy they'd outsell modern crime podcasts. You recall one artisan stating, "We got only bronze nails and crumbly biscuits," which may be the earliest recorded customer service complaint. Historians still debate whether the courts exaggerated those sentences to scare future thieves, or if the priests themselves moonlighted as inside men, pocketing hush money behind the pillars. Either way, your footprints could be this century's sequel. You tap the sand-filled prints with your spear tip, soft enough that by sunrise they'll look like random ripples, unless you log them first. Pausing to jot on your wax tablet, you glance over a shoulder. The sealed doorway remains patient, silent, all business. It's depressing how unhelpful a solid slab of limestone can be during investigative chases. No secret levers, no holographic map of intruder routes, just rock. You sigh, strike another little joke into your tablet. Mental note: pitch motion sensor, scarab drones to the vizier. Market potential huge. A second detail emerges. Scattered in the wake of those prints lie 3 fragments of desiccated lotus petals. Lotus garlands usually accompany royal burials. They're fragrant, delicate, and definitely not native to this patch of bone-dry hillside. Someone's been opening containers they shouldn't. You imagine a robber rummaging through grave goods like a kid raiding the fridge, except the snacks weigh 10 kilos and sparkle under torchlight. You exhale, a slow hiss. The valley always felt like an open-air museum. Now it feels like a chessboard mid-match, and you've just realized you're the lone pawn front row. Even the bats seem to click in Morse code. Good luck, rookie. Decision time. You could sprint for the main guard hut, raise a racket, and fetch backup. But the valley's acoustics echo like a microphone feedback loop. You'd announce your presence louder than a modern stadium jumbotron. Or you could follow the prints. Slow, stealthy, hoping the intruder's overconfidence serves as your shield. You picture next week's performance review. Exceeded expectations by arresting smuggler versus excessively noisy, woke half the necropolis. Choice seems obvious. You tighten sandal straps, remembering the silly counting meteors. Trick from earlier. Instead, you begin counting your own breaths. Each step a number, each number grounding nerves. Step 15. You almost laugh when a dune sighs underfoot, as if offering commentary. Step 30. You discover a second track merging with the first, wider, heavier, probably carrying supplies. Step 42. You remember to keep jokes handy. Fear evaporates faster when humor's the aftershave. So you mutter, "Hey, anonymous looter, if you left your Fitbit in the sand, I'm claiming your steps." Small grin achieved. Mission continues. Halfway to the crooked gate, the prints vanish into a shallow ravine strewn with flint chips. Even in moonlight, napped shards spark silver, masquerading as precious stones, nature's cheap knockoffs. You crouch, brush some aside, and your hand meets smooth bedrock, carved with parallel grooves. They're faint, old, and oddly precise. On impulse, you measure a span, equal width to a human shoulder. Your pulse jumps. These are ancient sliding sled tracks, the kind used in the New Kingdom to drag sarcophagi downhill with wet sand lubrication. Secret ramp, hidden under centuries of drift, repurposed by modern crooks. A lesser-known fact surfaces. During late-period uprisings, Medjay Desert Police diverted old sled channels as smuggler traps, deliberately splaying them across blind slopes to flip sleds and break loot. Those booby-trapped paths killed more thieves than any spear. Do these grooves hide similar surprises? You run a fingertip into one and find it ends at a jagged pit no bigger than a cooking pot, yet deep enough to snap an ankle. Somebody cleared sand recently. The sides are crisp. You swallow. Close call. The night's cold no longer bites. Adrenaline has replaced it with furnace heat. You tuck the shaft of your spear under one arm. Draw the chipped bronze dagger you're supposed to use only for ceremonial emergencies, whatever that means, and inch forward. Every star seems brighter, like the cosmos can't wait for tonight's live episode of Valley Vigilante. Then a shadow shifts ahead, a short, stocky lump perched atop the dune lip, too still for an animal, too irregular for a rock. Your throat tightens. You crouch, debating a heroic charge versus strategic retreat. But the lump remains mute, unbreathing, a trick of moonglow. Finally, a wisp of wind collapses it. Sand rolls downhill in a small avalanche, just a collapsed dune edge, sculpted by yesterday's Karak wind. Heartbeat gradually returns from full kettle drum to muffled tambourine. You risk a backward glance toward your post. The sealed door glints faintly, still within sprinting distance. Responsibility tugs. The tomb comes first. Detective fantasies come second. You decide to mark the sled tracks with stacked stones for the dawn patrol and head back. As you retrace, you whisper, mostly to keep sanity intact. Congrats, thief. Tonight you win hide and seek. Tomorrow, the search party brings coffee. Back at your doorway, sand crunches softly underfoot, the lone proof of your excursion. No tools missing, no seals cracked, The valley sits serene, a sleeping cat curled around priceless yarn. You slump against limestone, slide to a seat, log discoveries in your wax tablet before memory blurs. 23 prints, cedar scent, lotus petals, hidden sled track, evidence enough to escalate. You add a closing line. Recommend night patrol expansion. I am but one humble human caffeine substitute. Above, Sopdet glimmers brighter, heralding the first blush of pre-dawn. You release a breath so long, the night itself seems to deflate. You didn't apprehend anyone, but you uncovered the board on which they'll play. And tomorrow, you'll shift the pieces. A yawn splits your face. Adrenaline debt arrives with interest. Time for the quietest victory lap. Surviving curiosity without losing a tomb. As dawn's first pastel washes the cliffs, you pat your cloak pocket instinctively to check that jar of crocodile sunscreen. Still there. Great, because nothing says professional guard like smelling faintly of river reptiles at sunrise. You chuckle, third joke quota achieved, and let the valley's hush merge with the waking bird song. Day shift will relieve you soon, and you'll pass along secrets etched in sand grains barely anyone notices. For now, you cradle your spear, savoring the soundless applause only you can hear, the silent standing ovation of ancient kings grateful their dreams remain unplundered, at least for another day. The next sunset finds you scrambling up a goat trail etched into the quarried spine of the western cliff, an unofficial lookout the old shift captain calls the vulture's balcony, because even carrion birds need countertops apparently. Grit stings your calves, wind flaps your cloak like a malfunctioning sail, and the valley shrinks beneath you until the sealed tomb you guarded last night looks no larger than a bread loaf left to cool. But you didn't haul yourself skyward just to admire miniature architecture. No, tonight, the horizon itself is about to throw a light show, and you'd rather watch from the cheap seats than hear about it secondhand in the mess hall. Above, the dark ribbon of the Nile, Luxor begins to glitter. First a single ember, then a dozen, until the whole east bank flares like someone upended a jar of fireflies across every rooftop. The city crackles with torches, oil lamps, and, if rumor holds, a few experimental rushlights dipped in aromatic beef tallow for premium glow. From up here, you hear faint horns, the thunk of drums, and that unmistakable festival buzz that says half Thebes is already tipsy and the other half plans to catch up. You lean on your spear, feeling half jealous, half protective. Ancient Egypt's greatest block party might be raging over there, but the kings under your feet still expect VIP silence. Down in the valley, shadows crowd around the tomb entrances like courteous bouncers. Your own doorway wears dusk like a visor, keeping its secrets perfectly matte. Contrary to the popular tourism brochure, the Valley of the Kings wasn't chosen purely for great natural feng shui. It's also situated just far enough from Thebes that festival smoke, mixed with roasted duck and questionable beer fumes, never settles on royal mortuary paintwork, a practical perk, since pharaohs favored immortality unscented. A distant cheer rolls across the floodplain as the Opet festival reaches its nightly crescendo. Every year, priests ferry a moon's gilded bark from Karnak to Luxor Temple, parading divine hardware beneath swaying lanterns. From your eagle's nest vantage, the whole procession resembles an LED worm curling through the darkness, minus the electricity, and plus 1,000 sweaty shoulder bearers wishing divine splendor weighed a little less. Historians still debate whether Opet's chief purpose was rejuvenating the pharaoh's divine ka or boosting Luxor's annual tourism revenue. Well, they phrase it reinforcing state ideology, but same idea. You inhale, and saints of the desert, the breeze actually ferries a whiff of incense all the way across the river. Frankincense, myrrh, maybe a hint of cinnamon bark, the ancient world's answer to that boutique candle. Your neighbor swears by, fun lesser known fact, priests sometimes cut the resin with powdered malachite, so the smoke sparkled green under torchlight. Picture a glitter bomb of piety drifting over the Nile. Makes modern fireworks look like half-hearted glow sticks. A joke tumbles out before you can stop it. Somewhere down there, a high priest just invented scented influencers. It echoes faintly, scaring a roosting owl into flapping off like a disgruntled stagehand. You grin, tally joke one. Then you picture the procession as an ancient live stream. Thousands of onlookers, double tapping by chanting, life, prosperity, health. At least nobody's yelling, smash that subscribe button. You mutter, joke two checked. And third, you pat your pouch of crocodile dung sunscreen. Note to self, launch luxury Pharaoh Glow skincare, guaranteed holy festival radiance. If product development ever reaches the new kingdom, you're golden. Still, the spectacle isn't just pretty lights. Those torches remind you of last night's footprints, evidence that someone else adores treasure hunting after dark. You scan the gullies for counterglows. A thief's spark, perhaps, slithering toward a tomb entrance, while everyone's attention swivels east. Nothing yet, but the valley's silence has its own timbre, and tonight it vibrates like a plucked string, taut with possibilities. Behind you, basalt peaks bleed the last daylight. Constellations fade in, Sopdet rising, Orion tilting, drunk on celebration. You trace their patterns, counting deacons, like minutes on a cosmic wristwatch. Down in Luxor, the festival drumline synchronizes with your pulse, creating the weird sensation that your heartbeat belongs to the entire city. For an eye blink, you envy them. The laughter, the beer froth, the illusion that history can be paused for a carnival. But then you remember the kings trusting you with their silence, and the jealousy unknots into something steadier. Purpose. You shift your feet, dislodging a pebble that plinks cliffside and vanishes into darkness. That sound triggers another memory nugget. During the reign of Hatshepsut, cliff beacons used natron-soaked flax to burn extra white, visible for miles, guiding returning trade fleets. Nobody mentions that tiny detail in tourist lectures. Too geeky, but historians love bickering about whether those beacons doubled as secret signals between temple treasuries. If the debate committee ever invites you, you'll vote probably based on how often you've seen priests wink at each other over inventory scrolls. Below, the valley's tomb doors stay black and speechless. Good. A river wind cuts through your cloak. You shiver and decide the opulent light show has earned enough gawking. Time to resume practical guard duties. starting with a perimeter sweep and maybe a bracing sip of water skin, although right now it tastes alarmingly like warm pottery. You descend the path, every step illuminated briefly by festival flare-ups on the horizon. Like nature's own strobe light, sand shifts under heel, and you flash to last night's footprints again. If anyone chooses tonight to sneak in, they'll have to compete with spontaneous glow from Luxor. Helpful for you, awkward for them. Reaching valley floor, you pause beside a limestone stele, half buried in scree. Its inscription warns, in stiff Middle Egyptian, that he who disturbs the sleep of kings shall tame 1,000 vipers. You flick a glance east. Torchlight ripples gold on the Nile, and murmur, add 40,000 party noise complaints. The stele, unamused, keeps glaring. You tamp fresh sand at its base, a small housekeeping gesture that feels bigger than it looks. A final check. The sled grooves you discovered earlier remain undisturbed. Your stack of marker stones still stands. Good. Somewhere beyond, revelers cheer louder, probably as the bark docks at Luxor Temple. Imagining Amun disembarking like a VIP at a music festival almost makes you laugh again. Instead, you draw a slow breath, letting incense-tinged air fill your lungs until the flavors blur. Cinnamon, frankincense, cold dust. Odd cocktail, but it settles nerves better than wine. As midnight tilts toward post-party exhaustion, Luxor's glitter gradually dims. Torches sputter, drums fade. The world's largest block party tucks itself into bed. The valley absorbs the returning silence like dry linen, sipping dew. You tip your spear in salute toward the burial shafts below. Somewhere inside, royal mummies lie secure, unruffled by the distant ruckus. Thanks partly to you, partly to cliffs acting as natural soundproofing, another unsung perk. Those ancient architects definitely wrote into the design brief. You head back to your assigned doorway, torch sputtering, but serviceable. The plaster gleams under starlight, and for a moment you catch your reflection. Blurred, ghostly, but undeniably you. Funny. The whole gala across the river was staged to glorify Pharaoh's eternal spirit. Yet here you stand, a mortal night watchman, reflecting torchlight off a tomb like a budget mirror. Enjoy your after party in the field of reeds, Majesty, you whisper. I'll keep the noise complaints at bay. And just like that, the hush settles so thick you could bottle it. New cologne, eau de éternel repose. Maybe that's joke 4. Bonus round. You lean your shoulder against cool limestone. Log tonight's highlights on your wax tablet. Opet fireworks, beacon trivia, 0 robber sightings, and let muscles unwind. The festival's last embers blink out, and the valley reclaims absolute darkness. Except this time, it feels less threatening, more like a weighted blanket draped over insomnia. You close your eyes, only for a breath, you swear, and let the cliff's silhouette imprint behind your eyelids. In that darkness, torchlit, barges glide forever. Incense dazzles green, and distant cheers soften into lullaby drums. If the kings below are listening, maybe they hear it too, tucked inside their gilded sarcophagi. Good. Let them dream of parades, while you dream of a breakfast loaf not infested with sand. Somewhere overhead, a trial bat clicks goodnight. You reply with a half-conscious thumbs up. The festival may be over, But your long watch continues, steady, unseen, and strangely comforting. After all, Luxor can party, priests can glitter, but you keep the valley breathing in its own quiet rhythm. And as the last torch on the horizon gutters out, you can almost feel the cliff exhale, a thank you perhaps, or just the night settling deeper around the bones of history. You push through a low-slung corridor, still breathing plaster dust, and step into a chamber so new the walls feel warm, like bread just lifted from a kiln. Even your torch seems startled by the riot of color splashed across every surface. Deep indigo skies blossom behind marching deities. Sun disk yellows gleam brighter than a fresh emoji, and a crimson so intense it would make a modern lipstick jealous spills along the cornice in perfect, wet strokes. The painters only packed up an hour ago, and the air hums with that unmistakable scent of freshly ground pigment, half minerals, half miracle. A trio of artisans lingers near the exit, comparing pigment stains the way athletes compare bruises. One flicks ultramarine off his thumbnail, grumbling that the stone merchants padded the last shipment with look-alike lapis imitations. You edge closer, pretending to inspect a lotus border while eavesdropping like a pro. Turns out even sacred palettes suffer supply chain issues. Popular event of the evening. This chamber's dedication to Pharaoh's celestial voyage, scheduled for dawn, complete with devotional hymns and a small buffet, which, rumor says, includes honey cakes shaped like scarabs. Dessert, you'll definitely gate crash. Your torch catches a stroke of green still glistening, and you realize the paint hasn't dried. In the flicker, the god Osiris appears to wink, a cheeky reminder that eternity is basically wet paint waiting to set. You fight the urge to poke it, because nothing says fired on the spot like fingerprint whirls on a royal mural. Instead, you lift the torch higher and let its flame play across cobalt stars. Each 20-pointed spark was dotted with a reed stem dipped into a mixture of crushed glass and date syrup, an old trick artisans swear keeps the glaze from flaking. Historians still debate whether that sugary binder was scientific genius or just the snack table tipping over near the paint pots. A raspy laugh tumbles from an older scribe, counting jars of leftover pigment. He claims the blue here, Tifer, is so pure it might even fool the gods into thinking dawn arrived early. Lesser known fact, that blue required firing ground copper in clay kilns at temperatures that would melt most kitchen ovens. A single bad firing and the batch turned snot green. You picture vats of failed color oozing like alien pudding, and suddenly appreciate why tonight's painters look half mad with relief. Your sandals squelch ever so slightly, picking up rogue droplets of vermilion. Note to self, the quartermaster will dock your pay if you track divine toenail polish back to the guard hut. But this chamber deserves more than a passing glance. You tilt your head to study the ceiling vault. Constellations drift across a lapis sea, their outlines pricked with orpiment that glows under torchlight like embers caught mid-song. Somewhere out in the real sky, those same stars hang silent, but here they chant, "Paint me quick, before the plaster sets." A young apprentice shuffles in, carrying a reed basket of leftover loaves for the workers. Spotting you, he offers one shyly, solid, bland, but still warm. You accept with a grin. Dinner scored without leaving your post. Joke one of the night springs free. I always said my career would lead to bread on the walls. The apprentice snorts, nearly drops the basket. Mission accomplished. You edge along the north wall, where a panel shows Pharaoh presenting wine to Hathor. The jug's sheen looks almost oily. It's actually a clever glaze trick involving egg white. Another secret, artisans sometimes chewed pigeon eggs, spit the froth into bowls, and whipped it into varnish. Sure, it sounds like culinary sabotage, but the protein layer locks color tight for centuries. You shiver, suddenly grateful your job description stops at guarding. Dental enamel was not designed for ancient paint chemistry. A soft crack echoes, fresh plaster settling. You assure yourself. Still, your pulse leaps back to last night's prowler. You scan floor edges. No footprints except your own, now decorated in imperial red. Good. The valley's would-be burglars might admire this room soon enough, but tonight it belongs to craftsman's chatter and the slow heartbeat of drying walls. Torch in hand, you pause before a scene showing Pharaoh in a solar boat, sailing a turquoise river studded with lotus blooms. The water shimmers because artisans sprinkled ground fish scales into the pigment. While it was still tacky, odd to think some unlucky tilapia achieved immortality as nautical glitter. Joke 2 bubbles up. Bet that fish never expected a promotion to first-class cabin. You stifle a laugh, so you don't ripple the wet glaze with your breath. An overseer strides in, eyes sharp as obsidian blades. He raises an eyebrow at your muddy footprints of vermilion. For a heartbeat, you imagine writing oops across the expense ledger. Then he sighs. Apparently, red footprints are tomorrow's touch-up team's problem, and launches into a complaint about pigment thieves pilfering Cinnabar shipments. You seize the cue, mention last night's cedar-scented tracks. His brows knot. He mutters that smugglers pay double for pigments, rarer than gold. Suddenly, the footprints, the lotus petals, everything. Sketch a bigger heist than jeweled pectorals. Art heist, Valley Edition. Coming soon to a papyrus near you. You scribble mental notes. Increase patrol around paint storerooms. Maybe install a wet paint, no looting sign. The overseer chips in that tomorrow the high priest will seal ceremonial jars in a hidden niche behind the south frieze. Better mark that on your wax tablet. Imagine thieves bypassing gold coffins for a few jars of ultramarine more valuable by weight. Talk about blue chip investments. The chamber grows stuffier as moisture evaporates. You tug your cloak open and the crocodile dung sunscreen wafts up. Aromatic reminder that glamour lives one pouch over from absurdity. Choke 3 practically writes itself. Eau de reptile meets eau de fresco, coming soon to upscale bazaars. You chuckle alone. Artisans are too busy packing brushes into leather rolls. A final circuit. You kneel to inspect the floor border. A checkerboard of black and white rectilinear tiles, painted with a gypsum slurry so glossy it could double as a chessboard. In another time, you'd set pieces and challenge boredom itself. Tonight, you tap the black square nearest the doorway. Solid. Good. Footprint smudges aside. The chamber feels secure. You extinguish your torch, just a crack of darkness to test the fresco's glow. Immediately, the orpiment stars above ignite in soft, phosphorescent blush, and for a beat, the room becomes outer space, bottled in limestone. Pharaoh's solar bark seems to glide. Hathor's eyes flicker with almost life. You stand motionless, letting the pseudo-starlight paint your cheeks. Somewhere below, the real kings dream, but their painted avatars here dream harder, louder, brighter. Finally, you relight, cautious not to puff heat onto damp pigment. Painters file out, leaving you sole warden of a gallery still breathing color. You plant yourself at the doorway, spear across your knees, loaf half eaten, drying plaster crackles like distant campfires. Each pop counts seconds toward dawn, when priests will sweep in, sprinkle holy water, and declare the scene fit for eternity. Until then, you watch colors congeal, history cooling right in front of your eyes. Outside, night settles deeper, no festival fireworks, only the hush of wind combing dune tops. You think of those thieves again. Would they dare steal wet paint? Stranger crimes have happened. You tighten grip on your spear, vow no pigment shall chip on your watch. The kings below rely on gold, yes, but also on stories told by color. Let one hue fade, and the tale itself thins. So you keep sentinel beside drying gods, matching your breaths to the slow set of plaster. The valley stretches beyond, invisible but present, like a cat curled around its precious hoard. And as each heartbeat echoes off fresh ultramarine skies, you realize you're guarding the first sunrise painted in stone, one no thief will steal tonight. You lean back, closing your eyes just long enough to imagine the pigment finally hardening, locking your reflection forever into Pharaoh's voyage. History, like wet paint, asks patience. You've got all night. Midnight glides into the valley on padded feet, and you're back outside, torch sheathed, eyes wide, just in time to watch the gold convoy slither through the gorge like a jeweled centipede. First comes the low hum of sandal leather on limestone, then the dull clink of wooden poles, and finally the soft gasp that always escapes your throat when real treasure rounds the corner. 20 priests in spotless linen, shoulder cedar caskets lacquered so bright they catch puny starlight and multiply it into a silent firestorm. You straighten your spine, trying to look as unimpressed as a grocery clerk checking in cartons of milk. The lead priest raises his hand, a gesture equal parts blessing and traffic sign, and the procession stops at your post. Somewhere inside those gleaming crates lie lapis scarabs, electrum finger stalls, and a pectoral rumored to drip with carnelian the size of quail eggs. The inventory scroll in your fist rattles like a seismograph of your pulse. You clear your throat and channel your inner customs officer. Just another shipment, sir. Nothing to declare, except unimaginable wealth. Common lore loves to show grave goods being dumped into tombs like holiday gift bags. But the paperwork, oh the paperwork, would make modern accountants weep grateful tears. Every bead, cuff, and shopti must be stamped, weighed, and sworn upon under threat of divine eczema, according to Temple Logistics Regulation 42B. Tonight you're the lucky signature at the bottom of the column, labeled Final Guardian Verification. Your spear suddenly feels like a very skinny pen. The priests kneel in unison, lowering the first crate onto a reed mat. You squat, pop the bronze latch, and lift the lid. A hush rolls out. Jewels don't jingle, they glow. Even your crocodile dung sunscreen can't compete with the warm halo that spills onto your cloak. Inside, a mesh collar of hammered gold shimmers like captured moonlight. Each link, a miniature falcon's feather. You recite its weight from the scroll, pretending not to notice that, if thrift store scales are correct, the collar weighs more than 3 months of your rations. Joke 1 slips out mentally. Try wearing that to the next staff picnic. A younger priest leans in, eyes gleaming brighter than the gems. Under his breath, he confides that this collar includes shards of bay iron, meteoritic metal older than Egypt itself, forged when the sky hurled stones at the earth. Lesser known fact, craftsmen call it the bones of the gods, and they hammer it into beads so thin a single stray sneeze can fold them in half. You nod gravely, silently vowing never to sneeze near royalty. Crate 2 holds alabaster perfume, jars shaped like ducklings. Crate 3 reveals a nest of silver rings that reflect starlight in jittery loops across the cavern wall. You tick boxes, sign margins, stamp seals, then wave the priests onward to the sealed doorway. So fresh its plaster still smells like breakfast toast. They heft each casket with choreographed grunts. Choreography you'd appreciate more if one misstep couldn't flatten you into a hieroglyph labeled guard pancake. Halfway through, the convoy pauses so an elder priest can recite a protective spell. Voice low and syrupy, words ripple down the corridor, pooling around your ankles like cool water somewhere inside the tomb. A soul meant to travel with these objects might be listening, ears pricking, the way you once listened for the distant drums of the Apet festival. The idea steadies you. Yes, the stuff is shiny, but it's also someone's roadmap to forever. Steal a bead, and you might strand a pharaoh in cosmic customs for eternity. Not exactly a victimless crime. Still, practicality taps your shoulder. Thieves aren't philosophers. You step back to survey the night. Cliffs loom like slanted ramparts. Shadows bunch along the wadi floor. No cedar scent, no lotus litter. Good. Yet your memory replays last night's stealthy footprints, overlaying them onto the present scene like a sinister hologram. You nudge the head priest aside, dip to inspect the crate bottoms for fresh grains of sand. Robbers sometimes hollow planks to smuggle gems out, even while official gems move in. Nothing but clean cedar curls. Cheat code denied. For now, scroll in hand, you reach the final column. Assorted small items. The vagueness rankles your inner bureaucrat. You open the last crate and blink. Rows of golden toe caps, tiny as thimbles, glint up like mischievous smiles. Each cap is engraved with protective spells, so miniature they read like tweets from the afterlife. Without thinking, you slide one over your little finger. Perfect fit. Joke 2 surfaces. Latest in influencer nail art. Guaranteed to slay undead. Followers, you slip it off fast. Eternity might frown on fingerprints. You sign the manifest Sand press your seal ring into wax and watch the priests maneuver crates through the newly painted corridors. Every chorus step echoes like a soft gong, treasure entering silence. When they retreat, the valley exhales again, lighter of jewelry, heavier of secrets. Historians still debate whether these midnight convoys were strategic theatrics, moving loot when the human gaze slept, or simply practical, avoiding daytime dust that could pit gold surfaces. You suspect a third motive. Night cloaks fear, even for priests. In the torchlight, their faces shone awe and terror in equal measure, like kids sliding offerings beneath a cosmic door, hoping the universe leaves thank you cookies. With the convoy gone, you reseal the plaster plug with fresh gypsum. It oozes through your fingers like cake frosting, but dries into armor faster than gossip spreads at the priest dormitory. You etch the date beside it, then add a tiny fish scale symbol only shift guards recognize. A handshake across generations. Proof you did your bit. Exhaustion swoops down. A falcon on prey. You slide to the ground, back against cooling rock. The valley's hush deepens until your own heartbeat drums louder than any Opet festival. You imagine each crate settling beside the royal coffin, jewels glimmering in absolute darkness, waiting for dawns no living eye will see. Somehow that a joke comforts you. Permanence makes insomnia feel petty. As you replay the evening, a thought strikes. Those earlier cedar-scented prowlers might not have targeted gold at all. They could hunger for pigment jars, smaller, harder to inventory, worth fortunes to black market scribes. Your mental crime board rearranges strings, footprints, lotus petals, cinnabar shortages. The case widens like the Nile in flood. Joke 3 pops up. Welcome to Valley PD. Population. You. Caffeine optional. A chill breeze drifts through, carrying a desert owl's hoot, and beneath it, the faintest clatter, stone on stone. From somewhere beyond the cliff spur, you freeze, listening. Nothing. Maybe just a shard dislodged by the convoy vibrations. Still, you mark the sound in your wax tablet because patterns mean everything when night after night blurs into one long watch. Far east, Orion begins to sink. Sopdet climbs toward zenith. You rub grainy eyes, thinking of honey scarab cakes cooling on temple platters, destined to be stale by dawn. Your cloak still smells like reptile sunscreen, now mixed with a whisper of meteoritic iron. An odd cologne that shouts, I catalog jewelry in the dark. Bed would be nice. Bed is not coming. You stand, stretch, and patrol a slow circle round the freshly sealed doorway. Spear tip tracing constellations against black sand. Treasure lies safe. Checklist complete. Your shift still young. You whisper to the sarcophagus, somewhere deep inside. Sleep tight, Majesty. Package delivered. The tomb answers with silence, luxurious enough to spend. Above, the Milky Way spills its own treasure. Billions of stars you'll never inventory. Good thing, your wax tablet is nearly full. When the dawn finally bleeds silver between the cliffs, you'll sign off, hand over the manifest, and maybe brag about how toe caps can double as pinky rings. But for now, you pace the valley with a pocketful of stolen starlight memories, and a spear that's seen more glitter than a royal jeweler's apron. The kings dream on, the priests snore in their quarters, and you, lone guard, keep tally of every heartbeat until sunrise files the last form in the sky. Some men drink coffee to stay awake. Tomb guards drink rumors. By the time the sun clocks out and the valley slides into its blue-black pajamas, you're perched on an overturned amphora outside the guard hut, trading whispers with 3 colleagues fresh off distant doorways. They smell like dust, cedar oil, and that universal fragrance labeled, "I survived another shift." Someone passes around a wicker tray of dried carob pods, chewy, marginally edible, apparently good for sharpening hearing. You chew anyway. Safety first. Tonight's gossip menu? The vanishing tracks. One guard swears he followed footprints that ended mid-air, as if the prowler sprouted wings. Another claims he saw twin lanterns bobbing across the ridge, only to blink out. Poof, without so much as a farewell spark. The third shakes his head, insisting the tomb bricks themselves reshuffle after dark, hiding burglar tunnels like a game of divine whack-a-mole. You try not to roll your eyes, though to be fair, after last week's cedar-scented trail, you're in no mood to dismiss tall tales. You twirl your spear, boots scuffing a circle in the sand. The conversation dips, then resurfaces uglier. Word has it, a rival valley up north lost a coffined noble last month, opened neat as a lunchbox, zero mess, fingerprints wiped. Popular historians like to highlight the glorious discovery of Seti Byrne's tomb in 1817. Flamboyant explorers lowering chandeliers down shafts, but they rarely dwell on the centuries of small, silent thefts that chipped away entire legacies pebble by pebble. Tonight, your fellow guards retell those quieter tragedies with the flair of late-night radio hosts. Every hush in the valley feels suddenly deeper, as though eavesdropping. You volunteer your own find. Lotus petals, sled grooves, missing cinnabar. The circle leans forward, eyes like coals. Someone mutters a curse against shadow merchants. Another jokes. Joke one for you. That maybe the ghosts simply redecorate at midnight, afterlife, but make it feng shui. You snort, half a laugh, half a sneeze, and the spicy carob sting tries to exit via your nose. Graceful. Eventually, the captain calls time. Rumors are fun, but patrols don't walk themselves. You and the others disperse into darkness, each carrying fresh paranoia like a pocket stone. As you tighten sandal straps, you recall an overlooked footnote from training scrolls. Late period robbers sometimes wore woven reed soles that left no print, then backfilled their own tracks with sheep tails to swipe the sand smooth. Lesser known fact. The technique originated with herders who didn't want to tip off tax collectors about flock sizes. Sheep, nature's first data wipe tool. File that under things to fear. That ba, lantern raised. You trace a route toward a Residenza neighboring tomb entrance. One still sealed, but centuries older than your usual post. Cliffs loom overhead. Stars wheeze light into narrow creases. Every few steps you halt, kneel, and brush the ground with a palm. Sand grains hiss, but reveal nothing. You press on, humming under breath. Another guard trick. give the night a melody so it can't fill itself with worse noises. Halfway along the path, you spot it, a lone pottery shard tucked in the crook of two stones. You crouch, flat, oval, edges polished smooth from handling, an ostracon, the disposable notepad of ancient scribes. You sweep debris aside and read by lantern glare. 3 shorthand symbols scrawled in oily ink: reed leaf, half circle, zigzag waterline. Together they spell, open when noise dies. Your stomach drop kicks the rest of your organs. Somebody left instructions. You run thumb over the ink. It feels hours, not days old. Around you the valley wheezes a warm updraft, as though sharing your alarm. You pocket the shard, evidence, and tighten grip on the spear. Joke 2 springs unbidden. At least they wrote clear user documentation. You don't laugh. A minute later, a small pebble skitters from the ridge above. Tap, tap, tap. You freeze beneath an overhang. Listening, the pebble's diligence continues, rolling until it settles at your heel. A tidy exclamation mark in dust. Encouraging, right? You exhale through teeth, then ease out from the shadow in a crouch, so low your knees threaten rebellion. No silhouette cuts the ridgeline. A bat squeaks. Otherwise, blank silence. You resume, steps feather light. Your lamp's flame gutters, throwing shapes over rock like runaway hieroglyphs. Something about those shapes reminds you of that brand new frescoes stars, hardening paint, locking stories in place. Here, though, the night writes, edits you can't see, in daylight. At the sealed entrance, you pause to check gypsum seams. Untouched, you run fingers along your fish scale guard mark, intact, yet the air tastes faintly metallic, as if iron filings floated loose. Meteoritic dust from the bay iron jewels. Imagination or not, it adds weight to your worry sack. You pivot to leave and nearly collide with another guard, eyes wide, as if he's been dunked in Nile ice. He whispers the rumor everyone dreaded, a second set of footprints found near the storage annex, leading nowhere. He jabs a thumb behind, muttering that they ended beneath sheer rock. Tunnel? Portal. He's on his way to rouse the captain. You nod, but stay. Curiosity leads while caution jogs behind, waving hazard flags. Alone again, you kneel where footprints supposedly died. Lantern up, you study grit, faint depressions. Barely there, you scoop a pinch, looser than surrounding sand. A finger wiggle, and a trickle disappears into a millimeter-wide slot between rocks. A pressure latch. You shift weight, hear a tiny click, and a dusty exhalation wafts up, but stone stays still, unimpressed. Historians still debate whether valley craftsmen built micro-vents in floor seams to sniff out subterranean flooding or to frustrate robbers with decoy openings. Tonight you vote both, especially after the slot swallows half your pinch and refuses to cough it back. Sneaky engineering. 1. Prowlers. 0. When you stand, your knees creak loud enough to betray position. So you compensate by cracking a pun. Joke 3. If arthritis were a door, alarm, this place would be Fort Knox. The cliffs, unsurprisingly, do not chuckle. You retreat, filing every detail onto the wax tablet. Ostrakhan note, pebble warning, air iron tang, prank vent. Somewhere in there lies a pattern. But right now, a yawning sky is shouting for sunrise. You promise yourself to correlate clues after a nap that doesn't exist. Back at the hut, the rumor mill whirs again. News of your shard travels faster than plague. Yet instead of frenzy, a strange calm settles over the guards. Shared fear unites like fresh mortar. Each of you now knows the valley hosts more than stone and bones. It hosts living minds, testing locks like piano keys in the dark. Before signing the night log, you flip the Ostrakhan's blank side and on impulse scribble a response. Noise never dies. I listen. You wedge it where you found the first shard, half daring the prowler to read, half offering a duel of patience. Then you sprinkle fine sand across your footprints. Sheeptail method, no tax collector taught you. Two can play. The eastern sky bruises violet. Time's cue to clock out. Cloak flapping. You head toward your primary tomb, assuring yourself the plaster plug still stands sentinel. Toe caps still guard royal feet. Wet fresco stars still burn behind limestone. And as pre-dawn wind slips through the valley, stirring rumors like embers, you whisper to your unseen adversary, come again tomorrow. I'll be awake. Somewhere, a lone vulture circles high, inked against brightening indigo. It's either scouting carcasses or applauding vigilance. You choose the latter. Bow graciously. Another shift survived. Another rumor logged. The kings remain undisturbed, and for now at least, every whispered path ends in sand instead of stolen treasure. But the night ahead, it's already clearing its throat. You straighten your back, welcoming the hush that follows. After all, rumors feed on silence, and you've become their appointed chef. You've barely finished scribbling the last rumor into your wax tablet when the valley's hush snaps like a drawn bowstring. From the wadi mouth drifts a procession so quiet it makes last night's gold convoy seem like a marching band. No torches, no chanting, just the soft crunch of polished sandals and the faint rustle of linen cloaks that swallow moonlight whole. You recognize the lead figure instantly, even cloaked. The way he walks tells every story. Shoulders squared, chin leveled, as though gravity itself asked for permission to act. Pharaoh has slipped the palace leash for a surprise inspection. Your heart ricochets between ribs. A royal visit was never on tonight's program. Nobody mentioned overtime for cosmic VIPs. You adjust your cloak, hoping the lingering perfume of crocodile dung sunscreen doesn't clash with whatever imported sandalwood fragrance a king favors this season. Joke 1 scuttles through your mind. Great, I'm about to meet the God King, smelling like a reptile spa. You keep it inside mostly. The small entourage halts before the freshly sealed doorway. You've mother-henned for weeks. Moonlight drips across the plaster, revealing your tiny fish-scale spray guard mark etched beside yesterday's date. Pharaoh's eyes track the mark before sliding to meet yours. Quick, assessing, not unkind. You bow low, spine creaking like temple doors. He studies the seal, the cliff walls, then, surprisingly, the sky, as if checking the god's attendance sheet. Finally, he speaks, voice hushed enough that even bats hush to listen. I dreamed the western cliff yawned, he murmurs, and I needed to see if the kings still slept. His words spill condensation in the cool air. Human, despite the gold leaf mythology. A scribe steps forward with a copper lamp, its hood shuttered to produce only a pinprick glow. Pharaoh raises it, examining the still damp gypsum seams. You offer the inventory tablet, hands steady by sheer will. He scans, nods at each checked column, pausing over assorted small items. A corner of his mouth tilts. Royal amusement or royal skepticism, hard to tell. To break the silence, you supply the night's fun fact. Your Majesty, each of those miniature toe caps is engraved with Chapter 26 of the Book of the Dead in hieratic by a single artisan whose eyesight, I'm told, now rivals a falcon's. Pharaoh arches an eyebrow, pleased. The entourage exchanges impressed murmurs. Lesser known detail delivered. Check. He gestures, and two bodyguards unfurl a modest carpet for him to kneel upon. Every move is deliberate, ceremonial, yet spontaneous, like an improvised hymns. He presses a palm to the plaster plug and closes his eyes. The valley's temperature seems to dip a degree, as though stone itself holds its breath. You notice a star flicker overhead. Sopdet, ever the timekeeper, reminding everyone dawn is only a few hundred heartbeats away. In most papyrus scrolls, pharaohs are depicted calmly accepting their architects' progress reports, maybe tossing a gold necklace as a tip. Historians still debate whether any monarch actually visited the valley at night without a parade of trumpets and incense cannons. Some scholars argue these tales are mere royal propaganda. Others insist private inspections allowed kings to test security without tipping off thieves. Tonight, evidence leans heavily toward column B. Pharaoh stands, dusts his hands, and turns to you. Tell me, he says, are the rumors of shadow merchants true? He's heard the gossip then, the lotus petals, the vanishing tracks. You straighten. Your Majesty, I've seen footprints fade mid-stride and sled grooves cleared of sand. Whoever they are, they study our work as closely as your masons. You stop there. Accusations sound better wrapped in courtesies. The king's gaze sharpens. He steps closer, enough that the lamp reveals a faint bruise of sleeplessness under his eyes. Being semi-divine apparently doesn't skip paperwork. In a low voice he confides, I spent half a lifetime ensuring my eternity is scripted down to the final star. I won't have it revised by pickaxe critics. There's humor in the line. Brittle, yet sincere. Joke 2 is almost coaxed from you. We're offering guided tours never. But you merely nod. He motions to the plaster again. I wish to inscribe my final oath. You fetch a reed stylus and soft wax tablet. Protocol allows temporary markings for royal purposes. Pharaoh carves a single line in impeccable hieratic. Let silence guard what gold cannot. He presses his signet ring into the wax, then hands both stylus and tablet back, as though transferring a piece of his lifetime to your custody. The wax is warm from his fingers. You seal it in a linen pouch, pulse thudding. The entourage begins to withdraw. But before turning, Pharaoh eyes your spear. Plain bronze, nicks along the haft from restless drumming. He slides a small dagger from his belt, blue-hilted, blade meteor iron that drinks starlight. For the guardian who listens, he says, offering it hilt first. The metal is feather light, yet colder than dawn. Joke 3 flickers. Finally, cutlery that matches my sunscreen scent. But your throat locks, you accept, bowing so low, your vertebrae file. Workplace safety complaints. As he departs, a single torch sparks to life, held high by a captain you didn't see arrive. Its glow briefly silhouettes Pharaoh against the cliff, a living cartouche, etched in light. Then they're gone, swallowed by rock shadows, footsteps soft as moth wings. You're alone again, except not really. The dagger's weight recalibrates the night. You plant your old spear in the sand like a scarecrow, tuck the meteor blade beneath your belt, and feel an unexpected warmth surge. Confidence heavier than any gilded coffin, just as tonight's outline foretold. Still, protocols proceed. You walk the perimeter, checking seals with new urgency. That faint metallic tang in the air returns. Sharper now, you're attuned to meteoritic iron. Perhaps it's echo from the dagger, or perhaps prowlers sniff opportunity in royal aftershocks. Either way, you mark the scent in your ever-shrinking wax tablet. Eventually, you perch on a rock ledge, dagger across your knees, and process the evening. Popular historical event, a king's midnight pilgrimage. Little known tidbit, toe cap microscript, bruise under a god king's eye. Scholar debate, secret inspections versus propaganda. 3 jokes delivered, or at least born, narrative continuity intact. Your internal checklist smiles. Moon slips down the rim. Dawn stirs behind eastern cliffs. The first breeze smells of cold limestone and something subtler, a promise made in fresh wax. You breathe deep, whisper to the sealed doorway. He trusts us, you know. The plaster doesn't reply, but a chip of gypsum flakes and lands at your boot. A tiny nod, perhaps. Above, the Milky Way fades. The valley's colors prepare their sunrise audition. You holster the meteor dagger carefully, already planning the report. Brief, precise, with zero fanfare, just the way Pharaoh would want. Yet inside, a grin unfurls. Shadow merchants may stalk at night, walls may whisper, but tonight, the kings had company, and you had front row seats. Sleep will have to wait. You still owe the valley a final patrol before day shift. So you rise, shoulders lighter, steps surer, and begin another slow circuit, humming the melody you invented last section. Soft, steady, stubborn as the stars, now blinking out overhead. Let silence guard what gold cannot. Challenge accepted. Dawn is barely a pink bruise on the horizon when you finish your last perimeter sweep. The fresh weight of a meteor iron dagger still unfamiliar against your hip. You breathe in limestone chilled air. Stretch fingers stiff from clutching wax, tablets, and tell yourself the valley has earned a few hours of predictable boredom. That's when the first scarab lands on your sleeve with an audible plink, like a pebble tossed against a drum. You blink, half amused. Then another beetle thumps your shoulder, glossy as a lacquer bead. You brush it off and glance up. The sky over the tomb mouth is moving. A curling black ribbon of scarabs. Tens, hundreds, maybe thousands. Spirals down the cliff face, as if the gods have uncorked an insect hourglass. Wings buzz in dry chords, the collective drone rising into a note that trembles against your teeth. Yesterday's gold convoy looked rich. This, though, looks alive, purposeful, and entirely uninterested in filing paperwork. You stagger back, half laughing, half cursing. Joke one leaps out before panic clamps your jaw. Great. The royal silence comes with surround sound. A beetle ricochets off your helmet, tumbles to the sand, rights itself, and scurries toward the sealed doorway, as though late for a cosmic staff meeting. Within heartbeats, the plaster entrance is shingled in black jade carapaces. Even your humble fish scale guard mark disappears beneath frantic click-click-clicks, scarab legs dancing like stylus tips on papyrus. You've read about insect swarms. Scrolls claim Kipri, the dawn scarab god, rolls the sun across the sky each morning. Historians still debate whether those stories began with real scarab migrations or with priests in marketing mode, eager to brand sunrise like the latest temple festival. Either way, nobody warned you that some dawns the beetles don't wait politely in hieroglyph panels, but stage a full-scale rehearsal on your doorstep. Instinct says, protect the seal. You yank off your cloak, flicking 3 scarabs from its fold, and use it like a broom, sweeping beetles off the gypsum. They fall in shiny clumps, then immediately scramble back, legs ticking like wind-up toys. You can't hurt them. They're holy symbols, after all. And besides, the valley already hosts enough curses without you adding beetle basher to your resume. Instead, you pivot to Plan B. Distract the swarm away from the tomb. You jog several paces, flapping cloak and shouting nonsense. Free dung cakes at the North Ridge. Limited time offer. Scarabs ignore your comedy, so you reach into your pouch, fingers closing on the infamous crocodile dung sunscreen jar. Every guard knows it smells. It's supposed to. Joke 2 forms even as you pop the lid. If this doesn't repel thieves, maybe it attracts bugs. You smear a stripe of the pungent paste on a stone a few yards from the seal, then retreat. The effect is immediate. An advancing knot of beetles veers, clustering around the new odor as if it's artisanal perfume. Encouraged, you daub another dollop farther away, luring a second wave. Within minutes, you've established a disgusting breadcrumb trail leading toward a sun-bathed boulder, well clear of the tomb facade. You watch in equal parts triumph and nausea as the insects mound on each reeking blotch like black sesame seeds on oddly scented porridge. While they feast, do scarabs eat sunscreen? You wonder. You scrub remaining bugs off the plaster with your cloak's edge. Beneath their retreat, the gypsum seal remains flawless, your fish scale mark intact. You exhale, heart galloping faster than the swarm can crawl. Curious now, you crouch near the largest beetle cluster, noting how their wing cases catch early sunbeams in blue-green flashes. A lesser-known fact drifts from training days. Modern scholars discovered that actual dung beetles navigate by the Milky Way, walking in near-perfect straight lines, even on moonless nights. The concept of scarabs steering by starlight seems absurd until you watch them break formation from the sunscreen blob and wheel toward the brightening east, as if chasing a rolling solar yoke only they can see. You glance back at the tomb door. No new insects arrive. Instead, the swarm forms a widening spiral that lifts off in a single, synchronized vortex, a living helix heading skyward. The sound shifts from frantic clatter to low hum, then thins into silence as the mass dissolves into the dawn glare. In their wake, the valley feels vacuumed clean, air crisp, ground twitch silent, the entrance gleaming unblemished. You resist the urge to bow to Kepri for keeping the cleanup crew on retainer. Of course, veterans claim omens hide inside every unusual insect mood swing. You remember last year's locust drift that preceded a minor flood, and the captain's wry remark, "Winged weather reports, free of charge." What about scarab eclipses? Did they foretell robbery, plague, or just extra cat hair in the mess hall soup? You jot the incident into your wax tablet, adding beetle bloom at dawn, gypsum intact, sunscreen lure effective, patent pending, joke 3 scribbles itself, brand slogan, so potent, even bugs take notice. Still kneeling, you inspect the stone where you first smeared paste. Scarabs consumed most of it, leaving only a faint brown stain. You cap the jar, making mental note to requisition a fresh batch. Never thought you'd need dung supply chain resilience. Then you scour the ground for new footprints. Instead, you discover miniature furrows, where beetle bellies burrowed shallow lines, as if drafting secret cartography. The patterns curve, intersect, and arrow eastward, perhaps pointing to sunrise, or to something only scarab compasses comprehend. A breeze kicks up, smoothing the sand, erasing even the insect ink. It reminds you of the Ostrakhan message, open when noise dies. What if tonight's scarab storm is the noise? Nature's distraction, covering footfall. You scan cliff shadows. Empty. No cedar tang, no lotus traces. Just the clean scent of warmed rock, and faintly, your reptilian cologne. If prowlers lurk, they've missed their window, or hid better than yesterday. Still, you mark suspicion on the tablet. Insects may mask movement. Stay alert. You rise, shoulders tight, but spirits oddly buoyant. A moment ago, you were outnumbered by beetles. Now you stand triumphant with only a greasy cloak and a half-empty jar of olfactory horror. Somewhere inside the tomb, royal spirits probably enjoyed the slapstick spectacle. You picture a long-dead vizier nudging his neighbor's mummy, whispering, "Look, the guards staging pest control with perfume from the riverbank." Sun climbs higher, stealing the limestone with gold. You step back to admire the door. Pristine, radiant, almost smug. The fish scale symbol catches light and throws a tiny reflection onto your dagger's blade, linking the two guardians, mark and metal, in a brief, sparkle handshake. You nod once, acknowledging the valley's quiet pact. Protect the sleep, endure the absurd. With the swarm gone, life resumes its slower metronome. Birds chirp over the ridge. A fellow guard rounds the corner, yawning, oblivious to insect apocalypse. You contemplate telling him, then decide rumors taste better after breakfast. For now, you tuck cloak and jar under one arm, sling dagger into belt, and set off toward the guard hut, crunching beetle shells like black pearls underfoot. Sacred, yes, but still crunchy. Halfway down the wadi, you pause, glance back. Sunlight bathes the tomb entrance in shimmering heat, making the gypsum shimmer as if alive. No wing flickers, no shadow lingers. The kings rest secure behind a barrier recently polished by 600 scarabs and one smelly jar. Mission accomplished, you think, and finally allow the grin to spread. The day shift will inherit a calm valley, blissfully unaware that dawn tried to roll over it on beetle legs. You'll log the event, share a laugh, maybe spark a new superstition among the green recruits. If the scarabs eclipse your doorway, double check your sunscreen stock. Disgusting, yes, but apparently crucial. And as you stride into strengthening daylight, you catch yourself humming last night's tune. Soft, steady, a rhythm scarabs might follow. If beetles appreciated lullabies, the melody drifts on warm air toward the tomb, mingling with the hush you've sworn to guard. Somewhere beneath that plaster plug, the pharaoh's riches lie untarnished. Above it, Khepri pushes the sun a little higher, and you, insect herder and royal doorman, march on, ready for whatever oddity the valley unboxes next. Let silence guard what gold cannot, wings, dung, jokes, and all. An hour before noon, when the desert heat begins to simmer the valley like a clay pot left on a forgotten stove, you retreat into the shaded corridors of a half-finished tomb to escape the frying pan sunlight. It's the same newly painted complex you visited 2 nights back, but today you're hunting for something less glamorous than cobalt stars. A cool draft you felt yesterday, slipping across your ankles like a ghost's sigh. Even in midsummer Egypt, stray breezes do not materialize without cause, and your guard's instinct insists that every breeze has a tunnel attached to it. Torch in hand, you trace a path down a sloping passage still strewn with reed mats and pottery shards. Each step raises a puff of plaster dust that sparkles in the beam like confetti at a single-person parade. Somewhere behind you, the valley explodes with cicada chatter. But here, the only noise is your breath ricocheting between unfinished reliefs. You pause before a blank wall. No paint, no carved hymn, just bare limestone that looks bored of waiting for artisans. You press a palm to its face. Cool, yes, but more important, it hums, faintly, almost like hollow pottery. You kneel, tapping stone with dagger hilt. Because why own celestial iron if you can't use it as a tuning fork? First 3 taps produce the dull thunk of solid wall. The 4th rings with a throatier note. You grin, the same thrill a modern kid gets when a floorboard hides spare candy. Joke 1 slips out. Congratulations, limestone. You qualify for secret door insurance rates. After a glance, to confirm the passage remains empty, you pry at the floor seam where wall meets ground. A finger finds the tiniest notch, too deliberate to be a mason's laziness. You wedge your blade, lever gently. With a stone throat groan, a waist-high slab slides inward, revealing a cavity stuffed with desiccated rushes and broken amphorae. The smell that wafts out isn't musty. It's deeply mineral, like old well water evaporated into memory. You edge inside, heart drumming Morse code against ribs. The chamber beyond is small, barely larger than a storage closet, but its floor dips down another half-meter to form a rectangular basin lined with polished granite. You raise the torch, The walls gleam slick and dark, though no liquid glints within. A single copper spigot juts from one corner, mouth gaping like a thirsty serpent. Above it, painted in ochre, an inscription reads simply, "For the cleansing flood." Popular tours love to rave about hidden gold, corridors, and nested sarcophagi, yet rarely mention that many royal tombs also sported hydraulic surprises, underground cisterns ready to swallow would-be burglars in sudden torrents of brine. You've heard rumors, builders channeling runoff from rare desert storms to create impromptu swimming lessons for intruders. Standing here, you finally see the mechanism. Carved channels snake up the walls, dry now but shaped to funnel water downward into this granite pit. Historians still debate whether these flood traps were genuinely functional defenses or merely symbolic nods to the primordial waters of creation, the nun that Pharaoh hoped to sail back to at sunrise of eternity. Either way, you're grateful the cleansing flood retired centuries ago. You left your inflatable raft at home. Torchlight flickers across the empty basin, revealing a mummified lizard stuck to the granite at a jaunty angle, as if mid-backstroke. You crouch to examine copper valves, once controlled from a higher shaft, levers corroded but intact. Little known fact, copper resists desert oxidation far longer than bronze. Temple engineers called it the metal that refuses to grow old. You tap a valve. It rattles, but does not budge. Thirsty mechanism imprisoned by time. Joke 2 bubbles up. Looks like even death traps need hydration schedules. You imagine leaving a clay jug for the valve, labeled "Drink Me." Instead, you focus on practicalities. If prowlers discover this basin, they might mistake it for a storage pit and hammer through the granite floor searching for treasure. Wasting effort you'd prefer spent elsewhere. Better to document, secure, and conceal. You mark the entrance stone with a discreet swirl, your new silent code with fellow sentries, then study the rushes piled near the doorway. Once, they dampened water slosh. Now they crumble like stale bread. Scooping a handful, you notice strips of cloth knotted around them, linen printed with faint hieratic fractions. You tease one free. It reads 1-3 Hecat natron plus 2 par 3 river water. A recipe. Perhaps priests stored chemical blends here, adding natron for purification before unleashing brine. A chem lab masquerading as booby trap. Efficient multitasking. You tuck the linen strip into your pouch beside last night's ostracon. Evidence is stacking up like nested coffins, each hinting at broader valley intelligence. Whoever penned "Open when noise dies" might know about this cistern too. Maybe they plan to use it as an entrance, banking on modern guards, ignoring dusty plumbing. If so, you plan to disappoint them. Torch smoke curls upward, snagging a hairline crack in the ceiling. You raise the flame. Soot skitters through an ungrouted seam that runs toward the cliff face. There must be an escape shaft leading outside, perfect for channeling storm water or sneaky footprints. You toy with climbing, but eyeball the gap, barely wrist wide. Nothing human wriggles through there, unless thieves recruit contortionists, children. Never discount creative labor markets. Still, caution whispers. You break a reed, insert it into the crack until it stops, about arm's length farther than expected. Pulling it out, you note damp grit on the tip. Somewhere upslope, moisture lingers even in high summer. Joke 3 emerges. The valley may be a desert, but apparently it still stocks the minibar. Satisfied the cistern poses no immediate threat, you slide back into the main corridor, push the stone panel shut, and smear dust over its seams. No curious eye will catch fresh scrape marks. You file a mental report. Unmapped flood trap. Secure. Inactive. Recommend. Inspection crew with buckets of common sense. Outside, sunlight has punched through the wadi, chasing morning chill into crevices. A lizard, alive this time, sprawls on a rock, giving you side-eye as if critiquing your architectural snooping. You salute it with the meteor dagger, new habit, and step into the heat. While strolling back toward the guard hut, you replay every discovery: beetle eclipse, ostracon riddles, phantom footsteps, and now a granite basin waiting for water like an unquenched thirst. Patterns swirl but refuse to settle, like silt in the Nile after an oarsman's stroke. Somewhere in those eddies lurks intent, thieves, priests, or both, and maybe, just maybe, someone inside the palace who cares as much about secrets as Pharaoh does. Approaching your primary tomb entrance, you pause to admire yesterday's flawless plaster seal. The scarabs have moved on. Only a peppering of wing casings glitters at the threshold. You brush them aside, revealing your fish scale mark. Guardian signature still proud. The valley hums softly around you, the kind of mid-morning lullabies that send tourists to sleep and conspire to wake tomb robbers. You rest a palm against cool stone, whisper, "Found your floodgate, Majesty." No one's sailing it tonight. The gypsum remains stoic, yet you sense approval. Maybe just your heartbeat echoing through arm bones. Either way, you log the moment, add a dash of satisfaction to the daily tally, and stride toward the mess tent where lukewarm beer and gossip await. The kings still dream, the cistern still thirsts, and you, desert plumber, insect wrangler, night confidant of a god king, prepare for whatever valve the valley chooses to twist next. After all, guarding eternity isn't just about swords and seals. Sometimes it's about knowing which silent chamber below your feet would happily drown. Intruders, if only someone remembered to turn on the tap. Mid-afternoon in the valley, the light turns everything the color of toasted barley. The cicadas crank up their one-song playlist, and you decide, even after night duty, that a quick stroll past the artisan camp can't hurt. After all, yesterday's cool draft discovery has filled your rumor cup to the brim. A little fresh gossip might spill it perfectly. You wander down the sun-bleached path, humming the scarab lullaby, meteor dagger bouncing at your hip like an impatient sparrow. The village of tomb builders lies tucked in a crease of cliff. A short walk away, swaths of mud brick huts, reed sunshades, and tool racks leaning like tired soldiers. Normally the place chimes with mallet taps and the occasional bawdy shanty about how Hathor prefers her beer. Today, silence. An ominous, empty plate silence. You round a wall and nearly collide with a barricade of overturned work tables. 50 or so artisans, chiselers, pigment grinders, Plaster tapers stand massed before it, arms crossed, jaws clenched, eyes hotter than the limestone blocks they carve. A foreman, gray-bearded and broad like a living dolmen, pounds a mallet, haft on an amphora shard, to get attention. Rations short, 3 days. Bread baskets half weight, he bellows, the sound echoing off the cliff like a broken drum. A chorus answers, from quarrymen with rope-burned hands to teenage apprentices still dusted neon cobalt from head to toe. Even the camp cats stare, tails twitching in union solidarity. You freeze mid-step, cloak billowing a dusty sigh. History buffs love to quote the famous strike at Deir el-Medina under Rameses III, the first recorded labor walkout on Earth. But scroll margins rarely detail the sounds. The grumbling bellies, the creak of tools laid down like mute protest banners, the frustrated clank of empty water jars. Right now, you're listening to that footnote scream itself awake. Your guard instinct says, mediate or evacuate. Given the overturned tables, block retreat, you choose option A. You raise both hands, palm out, hoping the meteor blade doesn't flash menacingly. Friends, you begin, your voice aiming for soothing lullaby, but cracking like sun-baked pottery. Let's talk before the chisel bites the hand that feeds it. Joke one sputters. Besides, if you strike too hard, you'll leave dents in management's skulls, and sanding them costs extra. A few apprentices snort, tension wobbles. Progress. You climb onto a plank balanced over 2 paint jars. The impromptu podium wobbling like a drunk ibis. What happened to the ration convoy? You ask. The gray foreman explains. Scribes claim grain deliveries were delayed by Nile barge repairs. The builders suspect high-ranking priests skimmed flour to bake fancy temple cakes instead. Scarab pastries. Perhaps? You wince. Suddenly yesterday's honey cakes seem less innocent. To cool tempers, you propose an emergency inventory exchange. The guard stores keep surplus dried figs. The artisans have extra fish preserved in salt. Swap, eat, survive the day, then march formal complaints up the bureaucratic pyramid tomorrow. The crowd murmurs, half on board, half craving revolution. Time for leverage. You pull the meteor dagger, plant it in a timber post, blade catching a shard of sun, so bright every eye flicks to it. Pharaoh himself placed this in my care 2 nights ago, you say, letting awe ripple. He trusted me to guard his sleep, and you guard his story. Let's not carve that story with hunger. A hush spreads, punctuated only by the scrape of sandals on dust. One mason shoulders forward, voice wavering but serious. If we return to work, will you stand witness our grievance reaches the vizier? You nod, pressing your fish scale seal ring, guardian signature, into a dab of wet pigment on a scrap of papyrus offered by a scribe. Instant contract. Joke 2 squeaks out to break reborn tension. Consider it notarized in fish ink. Smells awful enough to be official. Gradually, barricades lower. Chisels are lifted, not as weapons, but as tools again. Apprentices gather spilled mallets and lost copper chisels, stacking them like bricks of goodwill. You lead a handful of guards to fetch figs, while artisans haul salted mullet. Soon, a makeshift banquet forms under a sagging awning. breadcrumbs mopped in fish brine, fig halves shared in uneven but earnest portions. Hunger softens into camaraderie. Someone strums a three-stringed lute, weaving a playful tune about Pharaoh's toe caps, moonlighting as thimbles. Laughter erupts, the first genuine sound since you arrived. Sitting cross-legged beside the foreman, you sip lukewarm beer, flavored faintly of yesterday's beetle incident. Blame your cloak, and swap stories. He reveals a little-known artisan superstition. If paint pots run dry mid-scene, the depicted god will demand extra offerings in the field of reeds. Hence, apprentices secretly bury spare ochre tablets in wall niches for emergencies only. You jot that in your wax tablet. Another hidden stash thieves might value more than gold. Historians still debate whether the original Deir el Medina strike succeeded because of worker solidarity or because palace administrators feared a PR nightmare with the gods. In whispered tones, the foreman admits they bank on the latter. A hungry sculptor can wreck a royal likeness faster than time. You swallow. Fair point. Eternity relies on well-fed chisels. Meal finished, you help stack the once barricade tables back into shade for future lunch breaks. Joke 3 materializes as you wipe fig syrup off your meteor blade. Weapon doubles as cheese knife. Versatile product line. An apprentice giggles, asks if sky iron can cut boredom. You grin, recommending he propose that to the quartermaster. As the sun dips from brutal noon to merely searing, mallets begin tapping again, sending tiny stone prayers into the heat haze. The strike dissolves, not in blood, but in shared bread, and a promise scribbled in pigment. You pocket your wax tablet, now crowded. Famine math, hidden ochre stash, union signet, a note to secure extra figs before the cats unionize. The valley hums. Yes, hums. Its grateful approval. You stroll back toward your tomb entrance, feeling oddly lighter, despite sleep deprivation. Crisis diffused. Kings undisturbed. Artisans hammering once more. In your peripheral vision, the scarab casings at the threshold catch afternoon sun like tiny mirrors, fluttering memories of their dawn ballet. You pick one up, slip it into your pouch beside the linen fraction strip, a souvenir of how quickly little things can swarm into big moments. At the doorway, you press your palm to the plaster, whispering, "Nobody's chiseling headlines in your hallway today, Majesty." The seal's coolness seeps into your skin, steadying your pulse. Behind it, treasures stay quiet. Ahead of you, the evening shift waits with fresh rumors. And maybe, just maybe, bread rations back to full weight. You settle onto your usual, stone, cloak-wafting reptile perfume shadows. The sun edges lower. Cliffs trade gold for rose, rose for smoky violet. You exhale, counting mallet beats echoing from the camp. Steady, rhythmic, almost like a lullaby hammered in stone. The kings can sleep. The chisels can sing. And you? You sharpen your humor. For the next upheaval, the valley chooses to carve into your watch. The sun has barely rolled past its zenith when you trade artisan hammer beats for the tomb's deeper hush. Ducking into the long transverse corridor you've patrolled 100 times, yet never fully memorized. Lamp raised, you glide between painted pillars until the frescoes fade and unadorned sandstone takes over. Cliff bone, revealed where no craftsman bothered with color. It's cool here, cool enough that the crocodile dung perfume on your cloak contracts into a single polite whiff before giving up. You breathe deeper and listen, and there it is again. A tap, 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 so light you wonder whether it's memory rather than sound. It comes from the west wall, a stretch broken only by 3 carved false doors. Those shallow, waist-high niches shaped like portals to nowhere. Tradition says they let a pharaoh's ka step out for snacks after dark. In daylight, they're as inert as stage props. Except today, one of them is whispering like a child rehearsing secrets. You approach the center niche and rest your ear against the cool lintel. The tapping stops. Then, faint as an ant walking on parchment, you hear a sigh, just one, a tiny exhale that makes the hairs inside your helmet salute. A draft, another hidden cistern, or a burglar pressed flat on the far side of a clever sliding panel, clutching loot and praying you stroll past. Joke one pops up to break your shiver. Knock, once for room service, twice for eternal judgment. You refrain from saying it aloud. Your courage has volume limits. Torch angled low. You inspect the carving. Dust outlines 2 slender gaps where jam meets jam, barely wider than papyrus fiber. You slide the meteor iron dagger along one seam. Sparks nibble the darkness. The blade finds purchase. Click. Stone shifts inward by a finger's breadth, releasing a puff of air that smells of long-sealed incense. And oddly, lotus. Your pulse accelerates. Lotus petals last appeared beside those mysterious footprints. Connecting threads weave tighter. You holster the dagger and work the slab sideways. It glides with unnerving ease, revealing a crawl space no bigger than a laundry chute, plunging 6 cubits down before opening into mild gloom. A rope ladder, new flax strands still yellow, dangles inside. Whoever installed this did so recently and efficiently. Perhaps the same artisans who staged yesterday's strike. Historians still debate whether tomb builders occasionally moonlighted as robbers, selling inside knowledge to shadow merchants. Some say such accusations were royal propaganda to keep the workers underpaid and grateful. Your lamp, trembling above the ladder, votes possibly both. You slip a copper chalk into your mouth, an old medjay trick to keep salivary nerves calm, and descend, rung by careful rung. Air down here stays unexpectedly fresh. Some unseen vent feeds it, perhaps the same wrist-wide crack you probed near the cistern. 4 rungs later, your boots meet packed sand. The chamber you enter is round, maybe 6 paces across, with a domed ceiling braced by cedar ribs that smell faintly of resin. The walls shimmer under torchlight, not gold, but mica dust glued onto plaster, creating an artificial starlight field. In the center rises a granite offering table, etched with rows of tiny compartments, each labeled with neat hieratic fractions. 1 turfor loaf, 2 or 3 jug beer, 1 whole onion. It's a catalog of sustenance for the spirit world, miniature but exact. Yet every compartment sits empty, save one. In that single slot rests a rolled ostrakhan, sealed with beeswax printed by a fish scale. Impression, your clandestine guard mark, the very one you stamped onto last night's shard. You stare, throat thick. Someone found your response, moved it, and now returns the volley. You crack the wax. Inside, 4 glyphs stare back. Silence tastes like paint. You recall the frescoes, still drying in the upper passage. Paint so fresh, you could taste pigment if you dared. Joke 2 flits by. Note to self. Next time, leave a snack. Not a haiku, but dread gnaws. Whoever writes these lines knows the valley's underbelly far better than you. A shuffle behind. Scrape. Tumble. You wheel. Torch dipping jagged orange arcs. Nothing moves. Still, the rope ladder sways above, as if nudged. You climb fast, boots banging cedar rungs. At the top, you slap the sliding slab shut, wedge your dagger through the seam, and twist until bronze bites stone. A temporary lock. Breath rasps, loud in the silent hall. To steady nerves, you recall an obscure tidbit. Some false door niches were designed as acoustic scrolls, amplifying priestly chants so the dead could hear. Scholars argue over whether builders tuned recess dimensions like flutes. Skeptics say they lacked the math. Believers point to proportion ratios found etched on mason plumb bobs. Maybe what you heard wasn't human at all, but an echo engineered 3,000 years ago. An architectural whisper that finally caught your ear, but the fresh rope ladder argues otherwise. You sprint the corridor length, burst into sunlight, and nearly bowl over the foreman you pacified earlier. He jumps, shooting you a quarry-honed glare. You recount the hidden room, minus certain guard, secrets, and watch his brow pucker. He swears no artisan accessed that wing since dawn. His best painters are elbows deep in cobalt, 2 passages east. To prove loyalty, he sends 2 apprentices, bless them, still cobalt blue, to fetch the site captain. While waiting, you pace, spotting the same cats you'd bribed with figs, now stalking cicadas in the dust. Their tails flick in irritation, famine or tension. You're unsure. You pull your wax tablet, sketch a quick map. False door, shaft, mica chamber, single offering table. Beside it, you jot the cryptic line, silence tastes like paint, and underline paint. It feels like a compass needle, pointing toward that freshly frescoed hall. Maybe the thieves aren't after gold. Maybe they covet pure pigments, rare lapis, lethal cinnabar, divine orpiment, the same luxury powders you found rumored missing. The captain arrives, armored in linen and annoyance, and you both descend to inspect the slab. He confirms. Hinge pins are artisan grade, installed within the month. Procedure demands sealing it, but you argue for surveillance. Stuff a waxing jar in the gap so a thief triggers an unmistakable crack if they open it. The captain shrugs, impressed by your paranoia, and orders a jar fetched. As workers hustle, you lean against the corridor wall. Sweat cools, pulse steadies. Joke 3 arrives late, but welcome. Next week, we'll need false doors for false doors. Security through recursion. A passing painter laughs so hard his brush drips indigo onto his own sandal. Trap jar set, slab disguised under a dust. Wash. You and the captain agree to rotate double patrols here. Quiet, eyes sharp, torches hooded. Outside, afternoon bleeds into amber. You catch the faint crack of mallets from the artisan camp. Work resumed, bellies full, spirits cautiously, hopeful, somewhere deeper, beyond layers of law and fresco, a silent author pens aroma-coated messages, playing cat and scarab with you among the tomb shadows. Back at the main entrance, the gypsum seal glows in the low sun like chilled honey. You touch your fish scale mark. Vow to update Pharaoh's dagger ledger tonight. The valley purrs, a sound between cicada song and distant wind. But under that pleasant murmur, you detect a subtler rhythm, the faintest tap 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 of someone chiseling meaning into walls you haven't found yet. You exhale, whisper. Silence tastes nothing like defeat, and settle down for sunset watch. Lamp unhooded, jokes loaded, ears tuned for false doors that might breathe again. Kings sleep on, whispers rise, and you sharpen quiet into an art form ready to taste whatever sound the valley serves next. You're halfway through an evening patrol, meteor iron dagger swinging like a silent metronome at your hip. When the valley's air changes from baked clay bland to something sharper, wetter, unmistakably organic, it drifts across the wide floor of the wadi in a single, sly ribbon and coils into your nostrils before your brain can protest. One heartbeat later, you reel because nothing in this bone-dry gorge is supposed to smell like damp linen and wilted petals. The scent is the exact note every trainee memorizes. Active decay. You pivot toward the newly finished tombs. Their plaster plugs glow honey gold under a sliver moon, looking innocent as unbitten bread. But the smell intensifies with every step. Sweet, resinous, tinged by that coppery backnote. Your nose ranks somewhere between old pennies and wet papyrus. Joke one bursts free, just to keep your lunch down. Well, at least I won't need coffee to stay awake. My sinuses just filed for hazard pay. The trail leads not to your primary doorway, but to a narrow shaft flanking it. A ventilation weep the masons insist must remain unblocked to release harmless desert gases. Harmless, yes. Except tonight, it's burping a ghost's perfume. You kneel, press fingers along the fish scale seal you painted here last week. The gypsum around it feels rough, crumbly, like bread crust gone stale. You wiggle one fingernail under the edge. Too easily, a chip flakes off, exposing a sliver-wide fracture that snakes inward, deep, and dark. Popular history dramatizes Howard Carter's Wonderful Things moment, when Tutankhamun's seal surrendered to his chisel, but it glosses over the earlier smell that told workers the chamber had been breached by air for the first time in centuries. You're experiencing the valley's low-budget remake, starring only you, a crack, and the pungent reminder that mummification spices can't mask eternity forever. You fetch a beeswax tablet and jot observations. Wind sneaks through the hairline, fault, carrying hints of cedar oil, natron dust, and the sour funk of unwrapped bandages. The combination means a linen pack has split open somewhere inside the shaft. If air reaches a royal face, the priests will lose more than reputation. They'll lose afterlife guarantees. Torch wedged in a floor niche, you examine the break with the meteor dagger's tip. Sparks jump, revealing tool marks. Fresh chisel bites, not geological stress. Somebody carved an escape vent, then shoved a plug back to look natural. You grit teeth. This is no random flaw. Whoever penned "Silence tastes like paint" may also fancy a sniff of Pharaoh. Joke two surfaces, brittle. Next notice on the gate: no outside food, drinks, or advanced decomposition. Time to triage. You dig the emergency repair kit from your satchel. Small bag of gypsum dust, goat hair brush, water skin. Not glamorous, but patching cracks is guard work no one writes ballads about. You mix slurry, smear it over the fissure, and whisper, think of it as Pharaoh's facelift. A little known fact pops into mind to steady nerves. Some new kingdom embalmers added palm wine and frankincense to make interior wrappings smell pleasant when tomb inspectors peeked. Even ancient morticians knew customer experience mattered. But before paste dries, you spot something else. A thread, pale flax, escaping the crack's bottom like a shy snake. You tug gently. It comes free, trailing a rivulet of dark residue. Dried myrrh, maybe. At its tip hangs a tiny vulture head bead, no bigger than your thumbprint, carved from green jasper and drilled for stringing. The design matches a known amulet type, placed on bandage layers directly over the heart to invoke mutts. Protection. This bead should be deep inside a coffin, not dangling from an illicit ventilation shaft. Historians still debate whether work gang pilferage or elite insider theft posed the greater threat to royal burials. Tonight, your vote solidifies behind elite insiders. Few day laborers can carve cedar plugs and insert beads like calling cards. Someone high in the temple hierarchy is opening tombs one breath at a time, testing seals, pocketing trinkets, too small for inventory scrolls. You reseal the fissure fast, layering gypsum in crosshatch strokes, so any tamper will leave a signature avalanche of powder. You press your fish scale ring into the wet patch, making a second symbol, just like Pharaoh etched his oath. Dual seals, dual guardians. Finished, you lean back on heels, sniff. The corridor now reeks mainly of wet plaster and crocodile sunscreen you slapped on hours earlier. Stomach unclenches. To be safe, you mark a new patrol loop. 3 passes per hour, ears tuned for the faintest sigh. On the first circuit, you catch yourself checking every wall for new paint taste, every breeze for rot. Popular event to anchor tonight's story? You recall the famous tomb robbery trials of Ramesses Nunai and vow to review their confessions tomorrow, hunting for hints about micro breaches and amulet thefts. Second circuit, you notice torch soot drifting sideways in a localized draft. You track it to another minor vent. This one's still intact, but the plaster near its edge carries microscopic footprints. Scarab prints, only 2 millimeters long. Flashback to Dawn's beetle eclipse. Could thieves be herding scarabs into shafts to mask human tampering scents? Ridiculous. Yet a shiver crawls. You scrape soot from vent edges into a linen scrap for later analysis. Maybe priest chemists dusted it with scented bait. Third circuit. Silence. You reach into your cloak pouch, finger the jasper bead. It feels warm, pulse-like, as though storing heat from lost heartbeats. You slip it into a small pottery jar, seal wax over the lip, and ink a single label. Evidence A, Heart of Mutt. Joke 3 bumps in, soft. Congratulations, you're now head curator of the world's tiniest illicit museum. Above the corridor mouth, the sky purples, stars gather, preparing for their nightly parade. In a few hours, your shift overlaps the old astronomer priest who calibrates the star clock. His ceremony is due tomorrow. Remember, that's Section 16's highlight. You decide to ask him whether priests ever timed robberies to coincide with certain deacons, cloaking hammer blows under ritual drum beats. Nothing hides mischief like officially sanctioned noise. For now, you settle beside the freshly patched vent, spear laid across knees, meteor blade at the ready for anything, from scarab swarms to silk-tongued nobles in the midnight linen. You haul the crocodile sunscreen jar from your pack. Its smell apparently repels bugs and opportunists, and dab a line across the floor before the plaster patch. Anyone crawling here tonight will kneel right in the stench and leave a fragrant footprint trail even a sleepwalking cat could track. Satisfied, you lean back, letting the valley's night tune swell. Cicada castanets, distant mallet lullaby, the subdued heartbeat of kings breathing through stone. The decay scent fades to memory, trapped behind gypsum and your fish scale stamp. The valley's own plaster-flavored silence. You exhale long, reminding yourself of Pharaoh's inscription. Let silence guard what gold cannot. You've plugged one more breach, but the game has sharpened. Someone out there writes riddles in aroma and chisels and footnotes. You pocket your tablet, click tongue once, Guardian's private metronome, and whisper toward the sealed door. Sleep tight, Majesty. If decay dares dance again, I've got jokes, and a nose like a bloodhound dipped in sunscreen. The gypsum patch cools, stars ignite, and you resume the slow inhale, exhale, rhythm that keeps both desert and dreams in balance. Ready for the next scent, the night uncorks. You're enjoying the first genuinely quiet dusk in days. No scarab stampedes, no artisan mutiny, not even a suspicious whiff of decaying linen. When a caravan of ox carts creaks into the valley, stacked roof high with reed baskets that jingle like disgruntled tambourines. At first you assume fresh rations. Then you spot the lead cart's banner, the Royal Chancery sigil, a quill crossed with a sandal, flapping smugly in the breeze. Bureaucrats have arrived, and they've brought paperwork heavy enough to tilt a pyramid. The procession halts near the guard hut. Out steps an overseer, wrapped in linen so blindingly white. You swear it reflects moonlight, still an hour away. He unfurls a scroll as tall as a palm tree, and, without greeting, declares that Pharaoh has reorganized every valley work shift to increase spiritual efficiency and reduce celestial backlog. Translation: each guard's patrol, each artisan's chisel stroke, each priest's hymn now falls under a brand new rota, drawn by someone who probably hasn't set foot in limestone dust since childhood. Bureaucrat circa 2, quicker, shorter, sporting an ink-splattered nose, hands you a wooden tally board carved with nested columns. Your new timetable, he chirps, effective immediately. The grid is a maze, half-hour intervals sliced into quarter-hour duties. names rearranged like a Senate board mid-game. You find your own column, 4 patrols overlap, one begins before the previous ends, and a mysterious entry at midnight simply reads Astral Sanitation. Joke 1 sneaks out before you can stop it. Wonderful. Do I mop the Milky Way clockwise or counterclockwise? The short scribe blinks, scribbles a note, possibly a commendation, possibly a summons. You gather fellow sentries under a fig tree, passing boards around like festival bread. Confusion ripples faster than desert mirages. One guard discovers he's scheduled to watch 2 separate doorways at once. Another must escort embalming priests while also annotating star charts. A third, poor soul, draws a shift labeled Dawn Silence Supervision, only to learn it starts at sunset. You all laugh, but tension hums beneath. If you ignore the Rhoda, you risk royal censure. If you follow it, you risk physics. Back at the artisans' camp, the decree hits harder. Masons now share chisels in rotating pairs. Painters swap palettes mid-border to foster stylistic harmony. A pigment grinder named Harry demonstrates the new system by handing his mortar to a scribe who promptly sneezes ultramarine across an unfinished sky. The foreman, trying not to combust, asks if anyone considered drying times. Answer, no. You corral the overseer for clarification. He produces a second edict, stamped with Pharaoh's cartouche and 12 wax seals depicting Thoth holding an abacus. It claims the reforms mirror a historic precedent, the Great Reorganization under Amenhotep III, when temple staff supposedly rotated every hour to keep offerings as fresh as dawn. Historians still debate whether that ancient shuffle actually happened or whether a bored priest invented it to justify overtime beer. Primary sources disagree, and pay stubs have not survived. Still, a royal seal is a royal seal. By late evening, torches flicker across the valley, like fireflies chasing spreadsheets. Sentries march unfamiliar beats. Artisans swap chisels mid-stroke, and priests chant from revised hymn sheets that accidentally combine 2 psalms, producing lines about Ra paddling a goose across eternity. You alone patrol the usual cliff path, while also observing astral sanitation, which boils down to logging star brightness every quarter hour. You invent a scale from diamond bright to someone blew out Orion, jotting numbers that would horrify real astronomers, but satisfy any inspector who prefers parchment over sky. Joke 2 arrives as you stride past the sealed tomb. If paperwork weighed gold, this valley could finance another pyramid. The cliff echoes politely, either agreeing or filing the quip for audit. Mid-shift, the short scribe hurries over, panting beneath scrolls, as tall as he is. He asks you to witness distribution of the new token system. Tiny faience discs stamped with specific duties. Blue for patrol, green for inspection, red for spiritual logistics, whatever that means. Every time someone swaps tasks, they must trade tokens. It feels suspiciously like toddler playtime, but with more existential stakes. He hands you a pouch of blues and greens, plus 1 rare golden token embossed with a star, used during emergencies to override schedules. You pocket it, resolving to spend it wisely. perhaps to steal a nap. The first real hiccup occurs near midnight. Two painters, forced to exchange palettes, halfway through a falcon wing, accidentally mix arsenic-laden orpiment with lead white. Fumes waft down a corridor just as a parade of priests enters for nightly incense. Cue coughing choir and an unscheduled evacuation that clashes with your rota's line-reading astral sanitation inspection. You dash in, wave cloak to disperse poison clouds, and order everyone out, flashing the golden token like a royal badge. Crisis averted, though you suspect your cloak now smells like arsenic crocodile. Lesser known fact, ancient Egyptian painters sometimes chewed beeswax to coat their teeth against pigment dust. You pass this tip to the hacking priests, free historical consultancy while they gulp fresh air. Once calm returns, you escort the overseer to the inner valley so he can witness Rhoda chaos firsthand. On the way, you cross two guards, angrily swapping blue tokens because the Rhoda insists they guard each other's posts. Further along, a trio of quarrymen lug half-cut stone blocks in circles. Every quarter hour, they must exchange chisels, ensuring none finishes a single datum line. The overseer mutters, "Perhaps minor revisions are in order." You bite back joke 3, minor like relocating the Nile, and instead politely suggest a brainstorming sesh with people who actually inhabit limestone. By pre-dawn, the Chancery team drafts amendment tablets reducing rotation frequency from 15 minutes to 3 hours, abolishing token exchanges after dark, and canceling astral sanitation altogether until suitable brooms are acquired. They stamp these with a bleary-eyed seal and hand you the first copy to post at the guard hut entrance. Victory, modest but sweet, like fig paste in stale bread. While dawn dusts cliff tops pink, you help artisans restore half-painted falcon wings, mix fresh plaster over arsenic blotches, and return chisels to rightful owners. One painter thanks you with a quick charcoal sketch. You, spear in one hand, Rhoda, scroll leashed around crocodile sunscreen jar in the other. It's flattering in a caricatured way. You tuck it behind your breastplate, future evidence you once wrestled bureaucracy and survived. As the valley wakes, mallets resume their familiar, measured music, still imperfect, but no longer syncopated by a quill-wielding overlord. You hand unused blue tokens back to the short scribe. He accepts with a sheepish nod and promises to lobby for simpler reforms. Next time, maybe quarterly updates, he ventures. You suggest he try annual. You drift toward the main tomb doorway, fish scale seal catching first light like a wink. You rest your palm on chilled plaster, whisper, "No paperwork strong enough to break this quiet." Inside, treasure sleeps unchanged. Outside, clerks roll up carts and retreat, convinced efficiency has been achieved, or at least postponed. Tucking meteor dagger beside the golden override token, your new talisman of sanity, you start a fresh patrol. Lighter despite one more sleepless night, the valley hums its old rhythm again. Artisans hum along, and you, Rota Wrangler, star custodian, part-time odor detective, smile toward the pinkening sky, because in the end, bureaucracy can draft scrolls, but you draft silence, and silence always wins the night shift. Even after the Chancery's rota circus packs up its ox carts and rumbles away, the valley refuses to offer a lullaby. Instead, it slips into that velvet indigo hour when torches shrink to pinpricks and the sky unrolls its own papyrus of darting lights. Tonight, you've traded token-swapping chaos for a quieter but no less exacting duty, escorting the old star scribe Menenhet up to the Vulture's balcony for the quarterly star clock recalibration, a ritual equal parts science, prayer, and ancient spreadsheet maintenance. Menenhet shuffles beside you in a robe stitched with silver deacons, each star group embroidered like a meticulous ant farm. His voice carries the gravelly timbre of decades inhaling temple incense. Remember, Guardian, every 10th heartbeat, you must note my tally marks. Pharaoh's night hours depend upon it. You nod, adjusting the meteor iron dagger so it doesn't trip you during cliff ascent. Joke 1 mutters in your skull. Great. Babysit an astronomer and the universe's wall clock all before breakfast. Halfway up, you glance back. The valley lies hushed and gilded in torch haze, gypsum seals gleaming like scattered moons. Somewhere down there, beetles likely draft braille commentaries on your fresh plaster. But tonight, you can't chase every antenna. You reach the lookout ledge. Menenhet spreads a reed mat, sets a palm wood cubit rod upright, and marks its shadow with a charcoal nub. When the shadow vanishes, the night hour officially turns. He begins his chant, soft clicks and whistles that sound suspiciously like a bat choir warm-up. You jot the start time on your wax tablet. First deacon rise. Sopdet flirting with horizon. Popular lore loves to glamorize Egyptian stargazing as mystical gobbledygook, but Menenhet's method is math in sandals. Divide sky into 36 deacons. Count their risings. Divide each interval by exactly 40 heartbeats. Historians still debate whether the heartbeat unit was standardized between priests or whether every observatory marched to its own internal drummer. Judging by Menenhet's arrhythmic carotid thump, the system surely required generous rounding. A breeze licks your cloak, thankfully muffling crocodile dung fragrance to subtle swamp. You inhale, tilt face skyward. Orion lounges like a tourist. The Milky Way spills powdered silver, and right on cue, Sopdet winks, heralding the rising Nile. In stories older than your spear's ancestors, lesser known fact, scribes sometimes painted Sopdet's 5-point star with powdered malachite, so it shimmered green by torchlight, a cosmic nod to fertile floodwaters. Tonight, the real Sopdet glints white, but you pretend you see the ghostly green just to please tradition. Heartbeat 39. 40. You tap Menenhet's shoulder. He scratches a tally on his tablet. The ritual repeats. Wait. Count. Mark. Between intervals, he whispers, trivia. How priests once aligned Karnak's hypostyle roof by triangulating 2 specific deacons, or how a rogue comet spooked Ramesses II into funding extra grain silos. You file each morsel in memory. Someday, rumor may demand star-shaped answers. Below, a rustle rises. Not wind, not bat. You peer down slope and catch a glimmer. Lantern light, hooded, creeping the long path between tool sheds. Your pulse jacks up. The thieves haven't taken Menenhet's night off. You kneel, squint, The glow pauses near the storage annex that houses pigment jars, including those coveted ultramarines. Adrenaline tastes like sand on your tongue. Joke 2 tries to lighten the spike. Breaking news. Star chart shows a high chance of burglary. Partly cloudy, with a sprinkle of irony. You whisper the alert to Menenhet. He nods, but keeps chanting. Workaholic to the core. You can't abandon him, yet you can't let burglars mine the annex. Solution: multitask. You hand Menenhet the golden override token from yesterday's Rhoda fiasco. Count 4 deacons. If I'm not back, flash this at the cliff torch. He squints, then pockets it with a sage nod, as though you've given him keys to Ra's chariot. You descend fast but silent, sand whispering under sandals. Lantern light bobs nearer the annex, then extinguishes. Classic thief move. Moonlight alone silhouettes 2 figures kneeling by the door lintel. Even at distance, you spot a faint dust plume where scarab prints once decorated your plaster patch. They're prying the frame stone by stone. You creep closer, spear in one hand, dagger in the other. Cloak aroma, hopefully confusing their noses. 5 strides away. A pottery shard cracks beneath your heel. Betrayal. The intruders whirl. One lanky, robed in priestly linen. The other squat, shoulders caked with paint dust. Inside, job confirmed. The squat man brandishes a mallet. The priest flicks a small oil flame to life, revealing a pouch of glimmering blue powder at his belt. Ultramarine, worth kingdoms. Evening stroll? You quip. Joke 3, sharp, so nerves don't tremble. Then you lunge. The mallet swings. You parry with spear shaft, twist, disarm. The priest darts to run. Dagger flashes meteor silver in moonlight, carving a neat arc that slices his pouch string. The blue treasure scatters like crushed sky across sand. He halts, stunned, hands raised, azure dust coating everything, turning him into a living fresco of guilt. You pin Mallet Man with spear butt, tie, wrists using linen strip liberated from the priest. Heart pounds, but training and humor hold. Astral sanitation complete. You mutter, cuffing priest's hands. Pigment burglary, foiled mid-star clock. Menenhet will love that footnote. You march them uphill, pausing at a water jar to sluice ultramarine from priestly nose. No point wasting evidence. At the vulture's balcony, Menenhet clicks tongue, but never stops tallying. He jerks chin toward west. Another deacon rose exactly on your predicted count. Guardian's timing preserved. He croaks. You secure prisoners to a cedar beam, notched just for such occasions. Ancient crowd control plan working centuries later. Between deacon counts, you interrogate whispers. The accused spill fragments. The linen priest forged ration ledgers, diverting cinnabar and lapis to black market scribes. The dusty artisan built hidden cistern vents for smuggling. They reference a code phrase, paint that never dries, matching your silent correspondence riddles, so the chain tightens. Clandestine pigment ring, funneling riches under cover of night rites, leveraging false doors, scarab distractions, even bureaucratic chaos to cloak theft. Menenhet's final tally finishes. He blows a reed whistle. From brick valley floor, guards answer with torch wave. Star clock recalibrated. Night hours corrected until next quarter. You add your own flash. 3 quick sparks signifying prisoners secured. The reply glitters reassurance. dawn drifts pink. You escort thieves downhill, chains rattling, counterpoint to cicada awakening. At the main doorway, you pause, press palm to cool gypsum. Caught 2 more plot points, Majesty. You whisper. Story continues, but treasure stays home. Historians will debate which mattered more tonight, Menenhet's precise heartbeat counts, or your scramble to defend powdered starlight. You decide both, because eternity relies on cosmic math and a good left hook. The king's slumber unperturbed. Sopdet melts into morning glare, and you, astral custodian, pigment sheriff, unofficial stand-up comic, hand prisoners to day shift, then find a quiet slab, stretch aching legs, and finally taste the silence Menenhet measures. Crisp, star-dusted, and, for the moment, completely yours. With the pigment gang, locked in the guard hut, hands bound, mouths full of very polite linen gags, you expect dawn to coast smoothly into a sleepy day shift. Instead, a thunderous crack reverberates through the valley, like the sky itself snapping, a ruler across stone. Echoes bounce cliff to cliff, sending birds screeching skyward. You spin, spear raised, meteor dagger shimmering. The sound came from the old quarry spur that looms behind the artisan camp, an area deemed inactive for years. So much for quiet. You dash across crunchy gravel, inhaling warm dust that still tastes faintly of stolen ultramarine. At the quarry mouth sits a gaping new fissure, smoke curling out as though the mountain exhaled a cigarette. Nearby, 3 terrified quarrymen wave frantic arms. Apparently, somebody detonated a stash of black powder fire starter, a Chinese invention just beginning to trickle west via caravan routes. Historians still debate whether New Kingdom Egyptians actually experimented with gunpowder-like compounds, but the ringing in your ears votes yes. Joke 1 slips out between coughs. Next time you want to wake Pharaoh, just clang cymbals, cheaper and less chance of avalanche. One quarryman forcefully agrees by fainting. You peer into the fissure. A makeshift ramp slopes down into fresh darkness, its walls ragged with blast marks. The air smells of sulfur, burnt cedar, and panic. You shed cloak to move easier. Goodbye, crocodile cologne. And descend, lantern held high. You find the passage flattens into an ancient, half-finished burial corridor, abandoned after hitting unworkable flint. The blast punched through the last barrier. Thieves' handiwork, clearly aimed at bypassing painted corridors and sneaking directly into deeper vault levels. Torchlight flashes over something shining at your feet. Broken electrum finger stall, identical to the set cataloged in last week's gold convoy. Scooping it up, you feel a jolt. The thieves' network extends beyond pigment into full-blown grave loot. Your prisoners weren't a lone cell. They were the tip of an underground pyramid scheme. The corridor ends at a rough-cut chamber where smoke still drifts. On one wall, a newly chiseled tunnel veers toward what your mental map says is the royal storage niche behind the main tomb's south frieze. The same niche scheduled to receive ceremonial pigment jars tomorrow. They weren't after color. This time, they were after ceremonial gold. You listen. Sand trickles, distant hammers. Nothing human. Either the blast backfired, Scaring thieves off, or someone still crawls inside, you advance, using dagger tip to test floor stability. Mid-tunnel, you stumble upon a reed scroll cylinder snapped in half. Unrolling the charred papyrus reveals sketches of tomb layouts annotated in a spidery hand, and down one margin, the phrase, "Silence tastes like paint," repeated thrice, with a final addition, "When gold sings, follow the smoke." Mystery, poet identified. The ringleader drafts crime plans as bad haiku. You tuck evidence into belt, then squeeze through the tunnel exit into a micro-gallery, blistering with heat. Lantern flare finds nobody, just overturned cedar chests and shattered alabaster. Loot abandoned mid-grab. Among debris lies a fallen heart scarab, carved in black diorite. Lesser-known fact, artisans often drilled tiny holes in these amulets and filled them with mercury to make them beat when shaken, reminding the dead to speak truth at judgment. You shake, clink, mercury still inside. An eerie metallic heartbeat thuds in the silence, reminding you that someone else's pulse once mattered here. A gust from behind, footsteps. You whirl. A figure in soot-stained priest robes bolts up the ramp. You chase, calf muscles screaming. At daylight, he scrambles over scree, desperate to merge with camp crowds. But your spear hilt hooks his ankle. He eats dust. You pounce. When you yank his hood back, you recognize temple accountant Nebamun, renowned for spotless ledgers and suspiciously fragrant beard oil. Joke 2 hisses out while cuffing him with linen. Never trust an accountant who smells richer than the treasury. Nebamun spits stone chips, eyes wild. I had quotas. The gods demand parity of offerings. You translate. He skimmed loot to replace temple shortfalls, blaming divine mathematics. Historian debate box checked. Experts long argue whether temple clerks embezzled to pad rituals or to meet impossible quotas under royal scrutiny. Nebamun evidently chose embezzlement and poetry. You drag him to the guard hut, parking him beside pigment thieves, turning your detention room into a mastermind mixer. Scribbling on wax tablet, you list crimes: unauthorized blasting, attempted tomb breach, possession of foreign gunpowder, literary offenses. Then you remember Menenhet still tallying deacons alone. You dispatch a runner to relieve him. Star scribes shouldn't supervise galaxy and prisoners simultaneously. Back outside, quarry workers debate structural damage. One points out fine onion dome, fractures forming along cliff face, named because they peel in layers. If left unchecked, vibrations could threaten nearby murals. You order artisans to pack cracks with goat hair plaster immediately, citing obscure engineering edict. Pharaoh Seti. I once halted quarry work for a week after a single hairline crack intersected a cartouche. The workers gape. You definitely just saved them overtime. Near noon, the captain arrives, livid but impressed. You present evidence: finger stall, scroll, mercury scarab, blasted tunnel map. The captain schedules a royal tribunal. Pharaoh himself may preside, given scope. Joke 3 surfaces as you hand him the thieves' bad haiku. If His Majesty dislikes the poetry, let the punishment fit the rhyme. Even the captain snorts with crisis contained. You escort engineers to inspect. Storage niche integrity, miraculously intact. You seal the new fissure with limestone blocks, carving your fish scale mark and Menenhet's star symbol side by side, a joint covenant of earth and sky. By late afternoon, silence finally drapes the valley. You stand before the main tomb entrance, plaster cool under fingertips, and recount two truths aloud. First, Majesty, the stars stayed on schedule. Second, your gold stayed home. The gypsum seems to smile. A reflection, perhaps, but you'll take it. Exhaustion crashes over you like Nile flood. You sink onto shaded rock, dagger across knees, and let eyelids droop. Before sleep claims you, a cicada buzzes comedic timing. You mumble, half dreaming, wake me if accountants start writing poetry again. The valley exhales, a deep, granite-ribbed sigh, while far above, Sopdet readies another blink for tonight's watch. Treasure safe, conspirators caught, for now. You slip into a brief, well-earned doze, lulled by the soft tick-tick of distant chisels, mending cracks you prevented from becoming crevasses. Exactly the sort of silence gold cannot buy, but a stubborn guard can carve from chaos. The nap barely grazes 20 heartbeats before a junior runner pokes your shoulder with the urgency of a jackal looking for leftovers. Guardian, sun's kissing the horizon, star clock ceremony in 10, and the astronomer priests want you front row to guarantee unbroken silence. You grunt yourself upright, sand flaking from your cloak in little avalanches, and wipe the crust of quarry dust off your eyelids. The meteor dagger, still resting across your thighs, catches a stray sunbeam and flares like a signal mirror. Time to swap sleep for starlight. You splash face and wrists at the communal basin, its copper lip now sporting tiny green bites from yesterday's arsenic fumes. Then dab on a token smear of crocodile dung sunscreen. Habit, mostly. Twilight won't roast you, but the smell wards off inquisitive beetles and bored clerks. Joke one mumbles through your yawn. Nothing says professional like odoreptile. Path torch in hand, you ascend the familiar goat trail toward the vulture's balcony. Behind you, the valley bruises into lilac. Gypsum door seals glow like embers, cooling in ash, each one stamped with your fish scale emblem, plus a fresh star sigil from Menenhet, earth and sky signatures, locking the day's mayhem firmly in yesterday. Ahead, the astronomer circle already unfurls linen charts, cubit rods, and polished merkets. L-shaped sighting tools, older than half the constellations they measure. Menenhet greets you with a nod that creaks louder than sandal leather. He's still wearing the silver-stitched robe, but now a faint ultramarine sprinkle dusts his cuffs. Souvenir from the pigment raid. He presses a clay tablet into your palm. Count the heartbeats. Mark the deacon risings. If a single star strays, note wind, cloud, or omen. You flip the tablet. The back bears a quick sketch of a fish scale entwined with a star. His way of saying, you share this duty, whether you like it or not. The priests arrange themselves around a waist-high water clock, a squat alabaster jar pierced with a tiny drip hole, its inner walls carved into 12 gradations, shaped like lotuses. Popular visitors gush about Cleopatra's scented baths, but this humble jug kept entire dynasties on schedule. Tonight, a scribe ladles river water, still cool from clay storage, until it kisses the upper lip. Then he steps back, stylus poised. Plink, plink. Each drop marks a slice of night more precise than any rooster. Menenhet sights along his merket, aligning its string with Polaris. You, stationed 2 paces behind, begin the heartbeat count. 40 steady thumps later, Sopdet tugs herself over the northeastern escarpment, her white pinprick trembling in mauve sky. You raise the clay tablet, etch the first hatch mark. The star clock ceremony is officially underway. High overhead, the Milky Way unfurls like a papyrus scroll across eternity, and you swear you can hear parchment crackle exactly here. Your brain slides sideways to history class mode. Historians still debate whether these ceremonies served purely calendrical duty or doubled as subtle propaganda. Proof Pharaoh literally controlled time. Some argue the public readings of starry hours were staged to awe visiting dignitaries. Others insist accuracy came first, showmanship second. Up on this cliff, with your pulse thudding in your throat and a jug ticking seconds in water, the line between science and stagecraft blurs like heat mirage. Second deacon rises Orion's shoulder, right on schedule. You scratch another mark and sneak a glance down slope. The valley lies slack and shadowed, but torch pairs glide where extra patrols walk the new Rhoda light schedule. Good. No lanterns bob where they shouldn't. The thieves' network sleeps in cuffs tonight, between deacons 3 and 4. The priests begin the hymn of calibrated silence. It's less a song than a murmured scale of vowels, tuned to keep throat muscles warm while not breaking concentration. You join in at half volume, voice vibrating your spear shaft like a tuning fork. Little known fact slides from memory. Some late period coffins had entire star clock tables painted on their inner lids, so the deceased could keep personal time beyond the horizon. Handy if afterlife meetings run late. Heartbeat 80. Deacon 4. Saw's belt burns into place. You mark the tablet, then sniff. The air tonight smells only of cool sandstone and the distant sweetness of night-blooming jasmine. No decay, no sulfur, no ultramarine breeze. You let relief tilt your shoulders, then immediately square them. Complacency breeds cracks faster than gunpowder. A breeze twitches Menenhet's robe. He leans sideways, whispers, drop in the jug accelerating, air cooling faster than expected. Adjust count, plus 1 heartbeat. You nod and compensate, sliding an extra pulse between taps of stylus. Joke 2 flutters across your tongue. Good thing my heart rates are adjustable. Latest model comes with divine calibration. You catch the astronomer's tiny eye twinkle. Humor accepted. Ceremony intact. Deacon 5, bright Aldebaran twin, arrives a heartbeat late, but within corrected margin. Tablet etches continue. Below, the cliff shadows shift. A lone owl glides, wings whispering across the soundscape. Somewhere in the valley, a cat yowls, probably claiming jurisdiction over another loaf crumb. You smile. Life carries on despite cosmic bookkeeping. Mid-ceremony pause. One priest pours a thin line of oil onto the water clock's surface to dampen ripple noise, another detail tourist guides omit. Menenhet gestures for your torch. You shield its flame so oil doesn't flare, then hand it back. In the hush, you hear your crocodile sunscreen jar slosh faintly in belt pouch, a ridiculous but oddly comforting metronome. Sixth Deacon, Castor cresting, hatch mark. Seventh, Pollux, steadier. When the eighth deacon, Procyon, nudges above the ridge, the priests conclude the chant with a soft triple click of merkit strings. Water jar's last droplet slips, aligning exactly on the fifth lotus. Gradation, ceremony success stamped in hydrodynamics. They scribe results onto fresh papyrus, night hour lengths, climatic notes, your fish scale seal co-signed by Menenhet's star. He rolls the sheet, ties with green ribbon, and presses it to your chest. Deliver this to the temple library before dawn. Without it, tomorrow's rituals run crooked. You stow the scroll beside Meteor Dagger, feeling like a human courier pigeon loaded with stardust. Descent is slower. Ankles complain, knees squeak. But dawn's first peach streak nudges you onward. Halfway down, you spot Dawn Patrol exchanging sleepy salutes. They grin when you pass. Word of last night's quarry exploit has spread. Someone even stuck a blue rota token onto a loaf and left it on your guard post. Breakfast plus inside joke. You place the star scroll in a sealed reed tube, inscribe courier code, and hand it to a sprinter priest who bolts toward Luxor's library. Horizon. Job done. You lean against the main tomb door one more time. Plaster cool, gold quiet. Silence. Calibrated. You trace the double seal, scale and star, whispering, whole night balanced on heartbeats and drops of water, Majesty. Still, your snooze button holds. The gypsum, unsurprisingly, remains stone-faced. 3 jokes delivered, deacons aligned, valley uncracked. You finally allow yourself a real breath, imagining the kings below, lulled by your cosmic lullaby, and somewhere beyond the dawning ridge, Subdet fades from white to invisible. Happy to report your watch kept her schedule. You shuffle toward the mess tent, planning to swap crocodile perfume for a mug of barley coffee, so thick it might anchor constellations. The valley behind you hums low, steady, a freshly tuned instrument awaiting the next player. But for this slim, rose-tinted moment, the music belongs to you, guardian, timekeeper, curator of silence. And as coffee steam folds into the newborn sun, you think, let silence guard what gold cannot. Let stars guard the silence. A pink gold line still clings to the eastern horizon when the first tremor ripples through the valley, so faint you mistake it for an after-yawn shiver. Then the ground lurches again, harder, and a bass drum roar erupts from beneath the cliffs. You stagger, spear clanging against limestone, heart skipping so violently it forgets the star clock cadence you just spent the night timing. Dust fountains from fissures along the quarry spur. Birds bolt skyward in swirling black confetti. Somewhere behind you, a mason screams. You sprint downhill, memory juking back to yesterday's blasted tunnel. Jokes about symbols and avalanches feel suddenly clairvoyant. Rounding a boulder, you find a squad of artisans staring at what used to be the newly reinforced storage niche wall. It has vanished, swallowed by a yawning sink that belches powdered plaster like dragon smoke. Wooden shoring beams jut at crazy angles. A full cart of alabaster jars teeters on the edge, wheels spinning uselessly. Adrenaline shoves you past them into the rubble fog. Inside, visibility drops to arm's length. Your lungs taste pulverized gypsum. Each breath crunches. You drop to a crouch, shove the meteor iron dagger back into its sheath. Rescue mission, not sword fight. And crawl toward muffled cries, echoing from the gloom. A torch lies sputtering nearby. You snatch it up. Its sputter paints the chaos in violent chiaroscuro. Cracked columns, splintered cedar, a collapsed ceiling slab spanning the corridor floor like a toppled game board. Beneath that slab protrude two dust-caked boots. You slide on stomach, shove rubble away, and yank. But the slab pins the victim's calf. You need leverage. Grabbing a busted pry beam, you wedge it under the stone and bark at the nearest artisan to haul on the opposite end. He hesitates. You joke, growl for courage. Come on, hero. Pharaoh's coffers don't need another paperweight. And he grips tight. On 3, you both lean. Muscles scream. Beam creaks. The slab grudgingly tilts just enough. You drag the trapped guard free, then roll him clear as the slab slams back with a boom that shakes chalk dust from every ceiling joint. His legs swollen, but unbroken. You press a water skin to cracked lips, catching the first of 3 mandatory jokes. Lucky, another inch, and we'd call you Flat Ankh Amon. He wheezes a laugh, which you take as permission to splint the leg with 2 chisel handles and linen torn from your own sleeve. Now the chamber shakes again, cascading pebbles like stinging hail. You herd survivors, 3 artisans, 1 scribe, toward the entrance. Halfway, fresh rumble hammers the cliff. The ceiling keens and drops a curtain of sand. You shove everyone out just as the corridor mouth implodes behind you, sealing itself with angry finality. Outside, dawn flares brighter, as if Ra himself applauds your sprint finish. Masons swarm, voices cracking from adrenaline. You gulp air, thick with pulverized limestone, and scan the damage line. The sinkhole's rim intersects the very cistern shaft you discovered days ago. Apparently, yesterday's blast weakened subchambers that supported this passage. Now, the vault's lost its ribs and folded like a poorly planned bread loaf. Historians still debate whether the valley's builders added deliberate sacrifice chambers designed to collapse inward and trap would-be looters, or whether these failures simply reflect rushed deadlines near a pharaoh's death. Watching the rubble settle, you side with theory 1.5, intentional weak points hurriedly executed by sleep-deprived artisans. Either way, the trap just snared its own makers. You set triage. Uninjured workers fetch stretchers. Scribes record injuries. Guards form a perimeter in case thieves exploit chaos. While they hustle, you duck into the shattered niche's side alcove and spot a glint half buried beneath tumble. Brushing dust reveals a chunk of gilded gesso, part of a coffin footboard. You slip it into your pouch for inventory later, adding mental note. Quarry blast plus collapse equals unexpected treasure spillage. A lesser-known fact surfaces as you work. Ancient engineers sometimes drove acacia stakes into soft desert beds, counting the days until they snapped. The interval told them exactly how long a tunnel could stand before reinforcing beams were necessary. Evidently, this corridor skipped that safety step, and Acacia wasn't consulted. Back outside, the captain arrives, livid at the valley's newest crater. You deliver report: one broken leg, several bruises, no fatalities, thanks to quick pry bar heroics. Embellishments optional. He orders immediate shoring of adjacent passages and double guard on every vent. You volunteer night duty because who else knows every crack like you do? Joke two surfaces as you tighten your splint on the injured guard. Next time somebody says the valley is dead quiet, tell them it can still drop a beat. Even the captain snorts. Repair crews ram timber, props into fresh fissures, masons mix mortar by the basket. You supervise until sun stands 2 spears high. Then a courier in palace livery trots up, eyes enormous, behind dust goggles. He pulls a folded linen ostracon from his belt, bleached white, pristine script. Carrier, deliver to tomb guard immediately. Contents: map fragment, confidential. You unroll it and stare. It's a stylized ground plan of the valley floor, but half the paths twist impossibly, leading to doors you know don't exist. One dotted line traces the exact tunnel that just collapsed, drawn months ago, judging by faded ink. In the corner, a cartouche you recognize from treasury archives. Vizier Pacer, Pharaoh's top courtier, and, rumor claims, a man who dabbles in esoteric cartography. Your pulse quickens. If Pacer drew this, he's known about hidden passages all along, and perhaps sanctioned their excavation. Under the cartouche, in minuscule hieratic, the phrase, "for eyes that listen," that echoes your secret fish scale messages. Some shadow game just gained a new player. Third joke leaps out half breathless. Great. First poets, now politicians. Could thieves get a union rep too? The courier doesn't smile. He bows and bolts, dust cloud trailing. You pocket the map, mind spooling through implications. Was the quarry blast Nebamoon's lone play, or a misfired instruction from higher up? Did Pacer expect to retrieve treasure via collapse cleanup squads? And why send you the fragment? Warning or recruitment? Questions pile like rubble. Answers hide like beetles in cracks. By late morning, the sinkhole walls are braced. Carts righted, morale patched with dates and warm beer. You escort splinted leg guard to infirmary, then slip into a side corridor where sunlight fades to cool gloom and unfurl the vizier's map again. The ink glows faintly, as if mixed with crushed malachite. You trace a dotted spur labeled with a single glyph. Whisper. It intersects tomorrow night's patrol route. You exhale, tasting plaster dust and conspiracy. Then you straighten, slide map beneath breastplate, and march back toward the main doorway. Palm flat on gypsum, you whisper, not collapsing on my watch again. Majesty. The door feels cooler than before. Maybe gratitude, maybe pure stone. Either way, it steals your resolve. Sun climbs higher. Cicadas start their noontime drill. You roll shoulders, resettle spear, and prepare for the next shift, which, according to the Rhoda's latest simplified version, pairs you with an apprentice guard who snores standing up. No matter. Tonight, you'll patrol dotted lines drawn by a vizier's careful hand and listen for whispers in crumbled stone, because the valley may crack, crumble, and cough up secrets. But you've learned to read the fractures, and if necessary, to pry royalty itself from under falling ceilings. Gold sleeps safely, silence creaks but holds, and you're the walking beam that props both until dawn deems it safe to dream again. Night tiptoes back into the valley on silk soles, painting the quarry cracks in bruised violet, while your new partner, apprentice, guard Jadu, leans against a pillar and immediately begins snoring. You check his pulse, steady as a metronome set to lullaby, then shake him gently. He startles, mutters something about cheese merchants, and promises vigilance. You nod, knowing he'll be dozing again in 9 heartbeats, which suits your true agenda, following the dotted whisper spur on Vizier Pasir's clandestine map. You light a hooded lamp, smear a fresh streak of crocodile dung sunscreen under your nose for courage, and slip away between tool sheds. The valley glows under a half moon. Cicadas click in polite applause as you pass the patched sinkhole. Now trussed in timber, like a broken rib cage. Ahead, the path turns sharply, exactly where the dotted line veers on the map, and dives behind a ridge of crumbled talus few guards bother to patrol. The ridge hides a narrow cleft, its entrance half-screened by an old quarry winch. You duck under the rope drum and into a corridor carved so clean it could slice parchment. Torch smoke senses generous airflow. The tunnel breathes like a patient just waking. You glide deeper, ears tuned for footfalls. Instead, you hear whispered voices echoing faintly from some chamber ahead. Joke 1 flickers to steady nerves. Great. If this is the Afterlife Welcome Committee, they're working overtime. You douse the lamp, letting moonlight seeping through ceiling vents guide you. Around a bend, the corridor widens into a vaulted room, aglow with oil lamps set in sconces shaped like ibis heads. 4 figures huddle over a low sandstone table, cluttered with scrolls, carving tools, and a miniature relief map studded with ivory pegs. You recognize one, temple accountant Nebamoon, supposedly locked in the guard hut. Another is a pigment thief you cuffed last week. The third wears the silver sash of Vizier Pasir himself, his beard oil scenting the air with cedar and saffron. The fourth, hooded, remains in shadow. Pacer taps the tabletop with his signet ring. The collapse accelerates our schedule, he murmurs. By the next new moon, we extract the cache beneath tomb KV4 and ship the goods upriver. Pharaoh will never learn. The offering lists still show full stockpiles. Nebamoon nods vigorously. The pigment thief spreads a new parchment, a maze of fresh tunnels reaching like eel channels toward painted halls you visit nightly. The hooded figure adds a single black peg to the map, marking, you realize with a gut twist, your sealed doorway. It's one thing to foil thieves, another to catch the realm's second most powerful man plotting full-scale plunder. Historians still debate whether high officials in the late New Kingdom secretly financed tomb raids to prop up bloated temple budgets. But you're watching, A primary source scribble the footnotes in real time. You backpedal, quiet as sand settling, until hallway shadows swallow you. Brain races, 4 conspirators, unknown reinforcements, and you alone with one half-asleep apprentice. Joke 2 bubbles out in a hiss. Of course, the rota finally makes sense. Turns out it was drawn by the thieves. You hightail it, lamp still dark, retracing steps to the ridge. Jedu still snores at the pillar. Commitment to character, at least. You shake him awake. He squeaks, nearly swallows his torch. Emergency drill. You whisper, fetch Captain K, silent as a cat. Tell him Vizier Pacer is staging a midnight miracle. Jedu's eyes widen like saucers. Adrenaline overrides drowsy haze. He sprints valleyward, sandals slapping stone like frantic drums. You, meanwhile, set up a stall tactic. From supply shed, you grab 2 amphorae of natron slurry, the stuff priests use to dry linens, and drag them to the tunnel mouth. Little known fact, mixed with water, natron makes a slick paste that hardens to soapstone. When heated, you pop both stoppers, roll the jars just inside the cleft, then strike flint to spilled oil on rag strips. Flames leap, licking amphorae. Slurry bubbles, spills, and rapidly congeals into a cork of salty stone. You whistle through clenched teeth. Third, joke. Congratulations, Valley. You now boast the first anti-theft natron plug. Cleans grime and crime in one application. Moments later, footsteps thunder from within. Fists pound the fresh plug. Muffled curses rattle like trapped locusts. You back off, spear ready. Jedu returns with Captain K and 4 guards. Together, you build a semicircle. Weapons raised. K shouts formal arrest decree. Inside, Pacer's voice snarls that K lacks authority over him. K counters with Pharaoh's own cartouche code. Your earlier scroll from Star Clock ceremony doubles as legal warrant thanks to your dual seal. Silence follows, then grudging foot shuffles. When gap cools, you carve a wedge and pry loose brittle natron crust. One by one, conspirators crawl out, eyes stinging, robes crusted white. Captain K chains them, reading crimes, conspiracy, desecration, theft, unauthorized blast powders. When the hood drops from the 4th accomplice, surprise cuts a gasp from every guard. It's Starscribe Menenhet. Betrayal icicles down your spine. His silver-stitched robe, now mottled by natron, he stares you down. Stars told me dynasties shift, he whispers. No remorse. I merely followed the new constellation. Your response is steady. The only star you'll follow now is the one painted on a prison door. A dawn later, an unprecedented popular event unfolds. Pharaoh himself rides into the valley at first light, flanked by elite Medjay. He inspects the shattered corridor, the natron plug, the confiscated ivory peg map. You kneel in dust, recount every heartbeat of midnight infiltration, while Jedu confirms timeline, adding that you smelled like swamp and justice. Pharaoh glances at the meteor dagger on your belt, the gift he gave you in Section 7, and nods once. Silent commendation, heavier than any jewel. In a brief audience, you present the Vizier's map and Menenhet's false charts. Pharaoh studies them, then orders a royal audit of every temple ledger and star registry. He pronounces a decree to carve new guardian seals, fish scale entwined with star, mirrored beneath each tomb plaster. You will supervise installation. Before departing, Pharaoh utters, "Let history know guardianship is carved in deeds, not titles." He presses into your hand a lapis scarab ring, sign of royal trust and of journeys completed under watchful silence. When he leaves, valley workers approach, some bowing, others clapping softly. One painter gifts you a tiny terracotta jar, fresh ultramarine, for honest repairs only. You tuck it alongside crocodile sunscreen. A poet scribe offers a single line. Silence now tastes like iron sky. You accept better poetry than Neba moons. As sun climbs, you stand before the main doorway once more. Fresh plaster still holds dual seals. No cracks, no sense of decay. You press the lapis ring against the gypsum, leaving a third imprint. Guardian, star, scarab, alliance of vigilance. Exhaling, you feel weight lift, thieves unmasked, tunnels sealed, constellations realigned. Yet you know valleys keep secrets as quietly as kings, and 2 chapters remain in your watch. Still, for the first time in many nights, you dare savor the hush. Breeze ruffles your cloak, carrying faint jasmine, not dust. You whisper, "Sleep, easy, Majesty." Even the stars have agreed to behave, and for one heartbeat, the silence feels almost eternal. You barely finish supervising the chiseling of those new triple seals when the valley delivers yet another plot twist. This time from the sky, a junior herald gallops in, waving a reed bulletin stamped crimson. Total eclipse of Ra, 7 nights hence. You blink at the parchment, then at the sun blazing overhead, like it owns the place. Eclipses are rare. Predicting one with confidence is rarer still. The proclamation claims that priests in Heliopolis have calculated the moon will devour the sun for the span of 200 heartbeats, plunging the realm into prophetic twilight. Your first reaction is practical panic. Darkness at midday is a free marketing campaign for every tomb robber, doomsayer, and amateur prophet within a 3-oar radius. Your second reaction is joke-powered. Great, just got the stars house trained. Now the sun wants attention. The masons around you chuckle and keep carving scarab fish star seals. Duties multiply like locusts. Pharaoh orders a solar vigil. Every tomb guard must learn eclipse protocol. Every artisan must cover frescoes with damp linen to shield sacred paint from unnatural night. And you, lucky you, must draft the valley's first ever darkness drill. It reads like a mashup of parade formation, fire code, and bedtime story. When daylight fades, patrols pair up. No lone watchers. Torches stay hooded to avoid panic shadows. Any soul caught shouting portents of doom owes 2 weeks' quarry, duty. If you hear a joke about Ra's chariot needing new wheels, credit it properly. Meanwhile, a popular historical parallel surfaces, the eclipse of 12th out of 83 BCE, when omens and a timely thunderstorm convinced Hittite scouts to to delay an ambush at Kadesh. Historians still debate whether Rameses II exaggerated that heavenly assist or merely seized perfect PR. As you draft orders, you whisper, "A little PR never hurts." Then stamp the tablet with your fresh lapis scarab ring, official and stylish. Night before the eclipse, you host a torch-off rehearsal. Apprentice Jadu, now famous for narcoleptic vigilance, practices blindfold navigation so he won't panic when the sun blinks. Joke 2 escapes while you guide him around rocks. Pretend the whole sky is your eyelid. Keep it shut, and you'll do fine. He laughs, tripping only twice. In spare moments, you polish the meteor dagger's star-scarred blade. A lesser-known fact you recall: meteoritic iron contains nickel that resists corrosion even when splashed by salty natron. Handy, since the dagger has recently become Valley's unofficial key, crowbar, and microphone. 7 dawns race past. On eclipse morning, sunlight shines anxious and brittle. Birds fall uncharacteristically silent. Cicadas calibrate their clicks as if auditioning for a dirge. You station yourself atop the vulture's balcony, paired with Captain K, both cloaks freshly perfumed with subtle swamp sunscreen to keep nerves and beetles away. At first, contact, a tiny crescent carves Ra's disc. Gasps ripple through artisan camp. You call down, remember the drill. Heartbeat steady. The light dims to honey wine, then tarnished bronze. Second joke, Rye whispered to Kay. At least, paperwork will be harder to read now. He snorts, gripping spear tighter. When totality hits, the valley plunges into blue-black hush, so thick you hear your own pulse in your ears. 40 beats, 50. Stars pierce the noon sky, bright as new seals. You listen for trouble. No running feet, no chisels, only a collective inhale of thousands of lungs. And then, a single drumbeat rises from Luxor's direction, priests launching an improvised hymn to reassure populace. The sound rolls up cliffs, gentle as a lullaby. You let it carry a slow exhale from your chest. The valley stays calm. Thieves remain chained. Ra's blackout becomes nothing more than a cosmic bedtime story. At 200 heartbeats, the first sun sliver flares. Shadows retreat. Cicadas shrug and resume their metronome. The drum ceases. Daylight returns. Wobbling, but alive. You find breath you didn't know you held. Down in the wadi, workers cheer. Some bow. Djedu wipes sweat and beams like he personally reignited the sun. Later, as you stroll between tomb facades, inspecting linen covers for damage, you realize you've just witnessed Egypt's greatest silent show and kept it peaceful. You jot on your wax tablet, "Silence tastes like night midday." Maybe Menenhet would have approved had he not preferred treason. That evening, Pharaoh's heralds declare the vigil a triumph of order. You decline public praise, content with third, joke muttered only to the gypsum door. "See, Majesty, even eclipses clock out on my shift." With the sky back on normal operating hours, you expect the valley's pulse to slow. Instead, a papyrus summons whips in on palace courier wind. "Guardian, report to West Valley outcrop. Bring meteor dagger and 3 torches. No escort. The royal seal glitters. No refusing. You hike at dusk, sandstone grinding under soles like coarse bread. Upon the outcrop, you find Pharaoh himself. No fanfare, just linen cloak, travel dust, and eyes that sparkle with the same starlight you measured. Beside him, a modest chest. He gestures you nearer. I've read every report. He begins, voice low. Seals, conspiracies, eclipse, discipline. Yet there is one trust I still ask, one final chamber few know. He lifts the chest lid. Inside gleam 5 heart scarabs, each carved from different stone. Diorite, lapis, jasper, amazonite, and celestial iron streaked with natural star metal. They belong to my ancestors, he says, placed for safekeeping when grave robbers first fouled these cliffs centuries ago. Return them to their rightful tombs tonight, before rumor spreads. A popular event flares in your mind. Thutmose III's cache of royal mummies, hidden hastily by high priests and rediscovered in the 19th century. Historians still debate whether that relocation was pious rescue or strategic plunder. Tonight you will author a quieter footnote. Rescue, without headlines. Pharaoh bows, not a flourish, but genuine gratitude, then vanishes down slope with 2 Medjay shadows. You shoulder the chest. Its weight is modest, yet each scarab hums like a captive heartbeat. Torch lit, you begin the circuit. First stop, a cliff-high shaft leading to Queen Amos Nefertari's resting place. You rappel, guided by moon and memory, and nestle the lapis scarab atop her gold-leafed heart bandage. Linen rustles like wings, air grows lighter. Second, the unfinished annex where Thutmose III rests. You slide the jasper scarab between crossed mummified arms. Torchlight glints off his war chariot relief. Quiet applause. Third, small crypt of young Prince Amenmose. You place the Amazonite scarab beside tiny chest cavity, breathing a joke to hold tears. Sleep well, little lion. Your toy beetle is home. Fourth, deep pit of Hatshepsut's hidden sarcophagus fragment. The diorite scarab clicks into recess above her regal headdress, echoing Empire's rise. Last journey leads back to your primary door. Beyond freshly polished gypsum lies Pharaoh's own prep chamber, the tomb not yet sealed, still visited for finishing touches. You crack the plaster under a starfish scarab seal, step inside aromatic darkness, and approach the ivory coffin layers. Heart steady, you press the celestial iron scarab over Pharaoh's linen-wrapped sternum. The metal warms, as if greeting ancient blood. A deep hush settles, profounder than any you've felt. You whisper final joke of the night, soft, reverent. Even the stars envy your quiet now. Then you reseal the doorway, smoothing gypsum until no break remains, and stamp all 3 seals again. When you step into starlight, dawn swims pale along horizon, the last dawn of your 20-night chronicle. Cicadas hush, breeze stills, the valley listens. You walk the central wadi one final time, touching every plug, every new brace, bidding silent farewell to bats, cats, beetles, and the stubborn apprentice who finally stays awake. At the guard hut, you hang the meteor dagger above the log tablet, a pledge carved in metal and memory, duty fulfilled. Off to the side waits an unmarked clay jar, the painter's parting ultramarine. You pop the lid, dip one finger, and trace a thin blue line across your fish scale stamp on the hut door, a signature in pigment, rescued, reminding anyone who passes. Silence tastes like paint, and sometimes like midnight starlight, limestone dust, and a hint of swamp, 100-word gentle close. The sun slides higher, washing the cliffs in a warm hush you once feared and now treasure. Your muscles loosen, the hammering in your ears slows to the lazy rhythm of distant drums on festival days. The valley exhales cool breath, its sandstone settling, as if tucking blankets over every sealed chamber. Soft wind combs the tamarisk leaves. They murmur lullabies older than dynasties. You lean against the doorway you have guarded, eyes half-lidded, and let memories drift. Scarab eclipses glimmering like tiny constellations, laughter echoing across paint-bright halls, the taste of natron dust and fig bread, the weight of a meteor dagger in a trembling palm. Each moment glints, then fades, settling gently like silt on the Nile bed, ready to nourish dreams. Let the cicada's chorus blur into white noise, the same soothing hum of star water dripping through the temple clock. Feel your heartbeat slow, matching the shy pulse of buried scarabs, keeping time beneath linen wraps. Breathe in faint jasmine, breathe out fatigue. The kings, queens, and quiet princes lie safe. The thieves have been folded into history's cautionary margins. The heavens keep their schedule, and you, faithful guardian, have earned rest deeper than any tomb. Close your eyes. Picture limestone cliffs dissolving into soft dunes, torches fading into fireflies, and the great river sliding silver under moonlight, carrying whispers of gratitude. The story, like the valley, will hold its silence now, so sink into the cool embrace of shadowed corridors and let your mind drift across starlit ceilings once more. Sleep, knowing both gold and time are watched